Stony Hill Campus College of Business Services. Let me hear you make some noise. That's right. For all the other institutions that are represented online, Heart operates over 25 institutions. If you are excited, I want you to type the name of your institution in the chat. We operate over 80 community training interventions. These are institutions that we partner with to carry out training. If you are from any of these community training interventions, I want you to type the name of your intervention in the chat. It is absolutely unfortunate that I'm not able to see the energy that's happening online right now. And I know it's wonderful. I want you to use up your emojis that we can see exactly what is happening. So, this week is being celebrated as our Careers Week, National Careers Week, under the theme Career Success, Building Critical Skills to Navigate the Future. We kicked things off in fine style, bringing the Lord of Hosts, God, into what we're doing. And we had our national church service right over there in St. Thomas at the Calvary Missionary Church. Then on Monday, in all of the parish offices right across the island, in all of the libraries, we had our career display booths. And so persons were able to pick up a brochure and learn more about why we should participate in activities like these, why they should choose a particular career path. And I know the career services officers and the career development officers and the librarians were really active in that. On Tuesday, just yesterday, we had the social media influencers influencing. They looked at choosing TVET as a career pathway. And today, we are here at our career conference. Today is a big deal. If you believe that today is a big deal, let me hear you say big deal. No, man, you don't sound big deal. Right now, I'm louder than you. Me alone. Big deal. So, that's right. Those online, I want you to type big deal. Today is being celebrated under the theme Career Development, Building Resiliency and Skills for the future of work. Today promises to be extremely engaging. Today promises to be profound. And as I said earlier, today promises to be transformational. And just like how we started the week, we want to start this morning right. So we're going to ask at this time for Reverend Doctor. I like to do that, Have a little thing to Reverend Doctor Clara Marshall to start to kick things off with prayer, and then we'll have greetings from the one and only Dr. Ro Amonde. So we'll flow in that particular order. Prayer, and then we have greetings from our senior director.
Thank you. Welcome to everyone this morning to another section of the National Career Week. We are now into the conference, and it's very good that we can invite the presence of Almighty God into our midst. Let us pray. Almighty God, sweet everlasting Father, great is your faithfulness. This morning, God, we are happy that you allow us to continue in the field of education. We recognize from the beginning of this world that you started off with skill to mankind. You gave education, which was in the form of revelation to Adam in the garden. And until today, we continue with lifelong learning and development of skills that will keep us through our lifespan. Father in heaven, great is your faithfulness, and we thank you that every time we come to this part of the year, we are able to have this kind of conference. Lord, as your word have said to us that the older should teach the younger, we pray that as we go through the days, the experiences that we have gained and we have gleaned in our lifetime, we will use wisdom to impart it to the next generation. Thank you for your covering. Thank you for your protection. Thank you for your care. And we know that, Lord, you will preserve us as the days go by. Bless, mighty God, the Art NSTA through the Ministry of Education. Lord, as educators, let us work together, bind us together, Lord, with a cord of love that will help us to coordinate programs. And as we go through, Lord, any course of action that we'll take, let it be to your glory and your honor. Thank you again, Lord, in Jesus' name, amen.
Mr. Zika Brown, our Master of Ceremonies for today, Miss Erica Williams, Chair for the National Career Planning Committee, Reverend Dr. Clara Marshall, one of our committee members, our very honored guest speaker, Dr. Ransford Davidson, Business and Relationship Manager at the Jamaica National Bank in St. Anne's Bay, to our students, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, face-to-face here and out there in the virtual world, again to our students who are here and those who are in the virtual world, a pleasant good morning to you all. We continue to celebrate National Career Awareness Week under the theme, Building Critical Skills to Navigate the Future. And students, you really need skills for now and what is ahead of you. Jobs are evolving. There are national and global forces that are impacting us. And so we really need to take time to talk about careers, to talk about where we are going with our lives. How do we realize our dreams, our aspirations, and how do we realize our potential? I want to thank you all for joining us, and I am really heartened to see our students. We are advancing the belief that career guidance is for all stages and all ages. It's a lifelong learning activity. We are engaging different groups today, not only our students, but existing professionals or retirees. We are looking at entrepreneurs. The pandemic has caused millions to lose their jobs. In Jamaica, many careers were impacted by decreased work hours, temporary layoffs, and you may have known somebody who has just lost their job. Some employees were allowed to work from home. We have seen the tremendous impact on tourism, the entertainment industry, and the air travel industry, even in the early days. There is a need for us to engage in rapid upskilling and upgrading in response to the evolving nature of jobs. Persons are now talking about the Great Resignation. I recently read where one gentleman left his corporate job to lead a social entity. So he was making like £100,000. He left that job to take on a job that was making £20,000. And he said he was much more fulfilled. What drives us? What gives us well-being? What helps us to realize our passion? And so these will be the discussions that will form a part of our career week. It is held in collaboration with key partners such as the Ministry of Education, the Jamaica Library Service, and the Junior Achievement Jamaica. As our Master of Ceremonies said, it kicked off with a church service at the Calvary Missionary Church in Morant Bay on Sunday. That service was hosted by one of our committee members, the Reverend Patricia Salmon. She is a host pastor and she's a senior education officer. She's one of our stalwarts in moving career forward, and you're going to hear from more of our stalwarts and our experts in careers today. It was very fitting that it was in Morant Bay. It reminded us of Paul Bogle and the fight for freedom, a fight we continue even now as we position our education system to develop your freedom to think, your freedom to learn, and your freedom to follow your path. These are key principles of career development. So key activities for the week will include panel discussions, social media engagement, because you're always on social media, young people, sometimes not in a productive way. We will have our career conference. We'll have roundtable discussions on entrepreneurship. And we're going to be having the junior achievement pushing what is known as BizTown, that helps you to decide on the principles for starting a business. We will end with a panel discussion on Friday, where we'll have experts speaking to careers in key sectors, including the global services sector, the ICT sector, the creative industries, and the healthcare sector. We want to share and empower our youth and adults with information so that they can make wise career decisions. This is a key feature of the career conference today. We will look at planning for retirement and preparing oneself to be an entrepreneur in the gig economy. For some, this may be a new term to you. The objectives of Career Week will extend to promoting career awareness for all stages and all ages, highlighting new and emerging skills for the future workplace, unearthing students' creativity in fostering career awareness. And we are going to talk about financial opportunities for financing higher education, something I know concerns quite a lot of young people now. As an organization, the Heart NSTA is focused on equipping youth and adults for new and emerging jobs. We do this by training for existing jobs and for those new and emerging ones, and we are guided by the Vision 2030 plan. We train in areas such as construction, agriculture, ICT, tourism, mining, quarrying, creative industries, and more. The organization's strategic priorities of mobilizing enrollment, where this year we have a target of meeting 105,000 youth and adults coming into our training programs. Career development extends to building resiliency. It involves inclusivity. We do not want to leave anybody behind. And it helps to promote social and emotional well-being. We are also supporting the focus on entrepreneurship because we are awarding $30 million to those who are already established entrepreneurs, and those about to become entrepreneurs. So we are supporting them with a grant. And so we have a total grant of 30 million to allot that among different entrepreneurs. We have also sought to integrate career awareness in our training. So when our teachers go out and they deliver, they are expected to make their lessons relevant to careers. I'm sure there are many times you go to classes and you are learning something and you wonder, what will I do with this? Our goal is to provide access for all to career guidance, to engage with key partners in doing so, and reaching all our learners, no matter where they are, including those in the rural areas. To our students, I say to you, learn all you can learn. Even with the pandemic, you have many opportunities out there. Do not waste those opportunities. You have more opportunities than I had when I was growing up. The world is your oyster. Dream big. Follow your path. Do not let anybody tell you you cannot do it. And you are going to have persons tell you are not bright, you don't have the talent, you do not have the skills. Do not listen to them. Reverend Clara Marsha talked about our God-given talents. Use that. Spend your time wisely. I know, again, I go back to the social media and the phones and the computers. Many times you can be on it aimlessly, not engaged in productive activities. Spend less time on that and use it instead for good, to learn, to help with your learning. And go for your dreams. Go for what's important to you. There are persons around you who are supporting you, and they expect great things from you. So today, we look forward to an engaging and we look forward to an inspiring week. And young people, adults, wherever you are, all stages and all ages, I hope that you will learn something from today, where you will ignite your passion and be able to live a life of service, giving back, and a life where you realize your God-given potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ro Amonde. I want you to put your hands together again for our senior director. Those persons who are online, you can use up the hand clapping emoji. That was indeed a powerful presentation. I think what stood out to me was no man left behind. In spite of the challenges you face, we know we have different socioeconomic issues that we are tackling. In spite of what they are, the Heart NSTA Trust is here to help you. And if you are online and you want some career counseling, you're listening and you're absolutely engaged and we have piqued your interest, you can visit any of our Heart Parish offices in any of the regions. We have 6 regions. We have Region 1, which comprises of Kingston and St. Andrew. We have Region 2, which comprises of St. Thomas, Portland, and St. Mary. We have Region 3, that comprises of St. Anne and Trelawney. We have Region 4, which comprises of St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover. Then we have Region 5, which comprises of Manchester and St. Elizabeth. And then you have Region 6, which is my region. Just make some noise for my region. I have to big up Region 6. We have to big up Region 6. If I didn't do that, that would just kill me. Region 2. Region 2 is Mr. Spencer. And that is St. Thomas, St. Mary, and Portland. That's right. And Region 6 is Clarendon, and I am the parish manager for Clarendon. And we have sent Catherine. So folks, if you are concerned, if you want more information, you can go to any of the parish offices within the region. Now, we are concerned and we care for you. And we know that sometimes you need some motivation. Sometimes you need somebody to remind you that you're important. Sometimes you need someone to remind you about the importance of skills. And you just need someone to talk to you. And we have found a man. A transformational leader, positive thinker, a motivational speaker. Dr. Ransford Davidson earned the Bachelor of Science degree in Business Administration. Listen to this. Cum laude. I don't know normal earnings that, you know. Big, you know. Is summa cum laude? Oh my word, I'm getting more information. We have a man from the Northern Caribbean University where he was awarded certificates of excellence for outstanding academic achievement. He pursued further studies at Chapman Graduate School of Business, Florida International University, earning the Masters in Business Admin, magna cum laude. He completed the Doctor of Business Administration. Big. Summa cum laude? My word. A degree from Walden University, receiving the 2018 Leadership Excellence Award for distinguished leaderships, scholarship, and mentorship. He currently serves as a business relationship manager at the Jamaica National Bank, St. Anne, providing financial solutions for creating wealth and optimizing financial well-being. He is actively involved in community outreach in St. Anne and is a director and first vice president of the St. Anne Chamber of Commerce, a man of influence, member of the St. Anne Homecoming and Heritage Foundation Committee, board member of both the Brownstown Community College and the York Castle High School, and chairman for the St. Anne Jamaica Cultural Development Committee, a man that is well-rounded, well-informed, and I am absolutely sure that his presentation will leave an indelible mark. I want you to put your hands together for the man, the one and only Dr. Ransford Davidson, JP.
Thank you so much. God is good. And all the time, God is good indeed. Mr. Zico Brown, man of energy. Man of energy. You bring energy to the place. Our Master of Ceremonies and Region 6, Parish Manager of the Heart Trust NTA, Dr. Maurice Rowe Amonde, Senior Director, Standards Curriculum, Learning Resources Division, Ms. Kenesha Campbell, Deputy Managing Director, National Training Programs Division, Ms. Erica Williams, my newfound great friend, Manager, Career Development Support Services Division, Reverend Dr. Clara Marshall. I may need to call on you to speak for us sometimes in the future. I have such a lovely voice. Career Integration Committee member, fellow presenters, members of the media, all those who are online at this exciting event today. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
My sincere thanks to the executive of the Heart NSTA, particularly the Career Development Support and Services Division, for the invitation to speak to you today at this very important function. Your theme, Building Resiliency and Skills for the Future of Work, is without a doubt quite relevant and timely, especially when we consider all that we have experienced over the past 2 years. According to the Oxford Dictionary, resilience is defined as the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties, toughness, or the ability of a substance or object to spring back into shape, elasticity. Ladies and gentlemen, let me read that again to bring it into further context. It's the ability to recover quickly from difficulties, toughness, firmness, or the ability of a substance or object to spring back into shape, elasticity. There are many words that defines us as Jamaicans, but I think they should put a photograph of the Jamaican flag beside this word in the dictionary. Because if we are nothing else, I want you to leave with the belief, the conviction that as a Jamaican, you have everything you need to succeed in life. The mere fact that you were born Jamaican means that you were born with the capacity and talent to be a world leader. I want all our students, our teachers, our retirees, our executives, everyone who is attending this national conference, whether you are here at the Jamaica Pegasus Hotel or virtually, to place your right hand across your chest and say, I am Jamaican. I have what it takes to succeed. COVID-19 has changed the world. These past 22 months have been difficult for all of us. The COVID-19 pandemic has thrown many of us into tailspin. Gross domestic product fell by an estimated 9.9% in 2020, relative to growth of 0.9% in 2019, the largest decline in the country's history. This estimated contraction in 2020 largely reflects the impact of COVID-19 on travel, with a decline of around 70% in tourism, production, distribution, and entertainment activities were all impacted. Value added fell sharply in the services industry, including hotels, restaurants, other services, transport, storage, and communication. They were hit by slumps in travel and port activity in 2020. Many Jamaicans lost jobs or saw their income significantly reduced. Fortunately, we are gradually seeing some improvements. Jamaica's unemployment rate has returned to pre-pandemic levels, marking robust recovery after COVID-19 decimated the job market, leaving more than 100,000 jobless at the peak of the outbreak. This is good news for us and testament to our resilience. But the pandemic has continued to have long-lasting effects on our lives. The reality is that the world has changed. The change has been swift, sharp, and sudden for some of us. For many, the classroom has become almost a foreign concept, a place we visit occasionally. And the home has also become a space for teaching and learning. The same goes for the workplace. Developments in technology, advancements in communications, and the global pandemic have driven significant changes in the last 2 years. As a result, the future of work looks far different from what we may have imagined it would be a year or two ago. Working from home is now a way of life for many Jamaicans. And this brings with it new challenges, new opportunities, and a new set of skills that we must hone and acquire in order to succeed. So what does the future of work look like? Does this mean that offices will soon become a thing of the past? Predictions suggest that this might be the case for some industries. For example, my organization, the Jamaica National Group, has instituted a permanent work-from-home arrangement for some employees. Many of my colleagues have related that they are more productive working from home. For many organizations, the new way of work has been a win-win arrangement. According to experts, the future of work is expected to be based on mostly digital workspace. Technology will be a critical element of work with a greater use of artificial intelligence, specialist software, and new digital services. This will create a variety of new and previously unheard of roles, requiring workers of the future to hone new skills and digital competencies and agility, communication, and teamwork all coming to the fore. While you will need to develop new skills to take up jobs of the future, there are some soft and non-technical skills that will never go out of style, and they will always remain relevant. Soft skills are non-technical skills such as the ability to collaborate with team members, creativity, critical thinking, resilience, flexibility, and time management. These are always important. These skills are valued highly by today's employers and will also continue to be valuable in the future. As the increase in technology in the workplace leads to a significant need for problem solving and creativity. While the current generation of students leaving the school system is probably the most qualified we have seen, employers often complain that they are lacking in soft skills. As a manager at one of Jamaica's leading financial institutions, I can attest that this is the case with some young hires we see coming in. The truth is, they are highly motivated, smart, and well qualified, but some lack the non-technical skills that are required for them to succeed at their jobs. This may be partly because the world of work is generally becoming more challenging. I can tell you that employers are not looking for people who simply work hard and do what they are told. But what they are looking for and expect are employees who will be flexible and able to work independently. How do we build or develop these soft skills? One of the main skills that you need to succeed in the workplace is the ability to work as a team. I like to tell people that life is a team sport. Therefore, you need to understand how to communicate, how to compromise, and share credit so that you can be a valuable contributing member of your company. Working in silos is counterproductive to adulthood. Nearly all jobs now are a team effort. Some of the qualities that make you a great team player include welcoming collaboration, holding yourself accountable, being flexible, and understanding your role in a team. Employers want people who understand how to manage a project, how to deliver a product on time and on budget, how to work in teams with little or no oversight. You can improve your soft skills for the workplace by doing a number of things. One, being more open to feedback. Two, communicating often. Three, building positive relationships. Four, stepping outside of your comfort zone. And five, by observing or emulating others who are influential around you. Let's look at the scenario that highlights a few of the soft skills that we require in the workplace. Teddy works at J&N Bank. A customer has walked into the bank and is interested in learning about J&N General Insurance and whether it would be a right fit. Teddy is not familiar with the insurance product and service and tells the customer that he is sorry, but he is unable to help him. Now, what are some of the soft skills that Teddy is lacking? What are some of the soft skills that Teddy is lacking? While Teddy is being respectful to the customer, he should have been more proactive in helping the customer by calling J&N General Insurance, identifying the relevant information necessary for the customer, and sharing a best point of contact should the customer want to move forward. That's exercising some of those non-technical skills that organizations require of employees. If we should look at another scenario, Keisha has a big presentation coming up on Friday and has asked Winston for his help. She asked for 3 slides to be developed by 4 p.m. on Wednesday. Winston checked his to-do list and confirmed that he was able to make that deadline. By 4 p.m. on Wednesday, Winston's slides were in Keisha's inbox as promised. What are some of the ideal non-technical skills that Winston has exhibited in this example? Non-technical skills that are critically important. Winston is demonstrating that he is dependable and thus providing better service by delivering the promised materials by the time he communicated to Keisha. How trustworthy are you in the work environment? How dependable are you in the work environment? It's also critically important to develop an entrepreneurial mindset. Another skill that many of us will need to develop as the world continues to change. New businesses and sectors are emerging all the time. While positive, this also brings uncertainty to the job market. Many new positions are being created, but at the same time, others are being lost. To make the most of future opportunities, we will need to develop an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability to adapt to the changing workforce and new technologies will be crucial in the future. Rapid advancement in technology in the workplace will reduce the number of full-time employees many companies employ. Instead, independent workers, freelancers, or part-time staff will make up most workforces. People who think more like entrepreneurs will adapt and thrive in this environment. Here are 3 core habits that you need to inculcate to develop an entrepreneurial mindset. 1, self-leadership. Entrepreneurship requires a deep understanding of self and an ability to motivate oneself to act. You must be able to influence and control your own behavior, actions, and thinking to achieve the self-direction and self-motivation necessary to build your business from the ground up. Creativity is also important. This speaks to the capacity to produce new ideas, insights, inventions, products, or artistic objects which are considered to be unique, useful, and of value to others. Basically, thinking outside the box. Improvisation is also critical. This speaks to the ability to rapidly sense and act as well as change direction quickly. The ability to function in an uncertain world requires a degree of improvisation. Entrepreneurs may begin with a certain idea or direction, but obstacles such as limited resources, environmental conditions, or a changing mindset can prevent them from executing their initial plans. This means they need to find a way to quickly adapt to their circumstances, think on their feet, and create new plans to realize their vision. I am not sure if anyone here knows the story of Roshane Rushcam Campbell. He's a graduate of the Norman Manley Law School, passed the bar, and was successfully practicing law until one day he decided that wasn't the career he wanted. He quit his job, started a YouTube channel, and is now enjoying a successful career as a content creator and social media influencer. I know this is not the path that many parents envision for their children, but this is where the world is going. There are many new avenues for successful careers which are not part of the traditional marketplace. We must encourage our students and children to seek out these opportunities, and we must listen to them when they express an interest in a field that may seem unconventional. They may be on to something big. Another example is journalist Kalila Enriquez Reynolds. Many of you may know her face from her days as a newscaster at CVM Television, or may know her voice as a presenter on Nationwide News Network. But in October 2019, Kalila ventured out on her own, also launching her YouTube channel, Taking Stock with Kalila Reynolds. Many persons told her that for this venture to work, for it to attract advertisers and to be successful, she needed to be at one of the nation's TV stations. Now, after pitching her idea to both TV stations and getting rejected, she decided to take her program to YouTube. 1 year later, her company, Kalila Reynolds Media, has raked in revenues of more than 20 million. Yes, you heard that right. The exact figure is 26 million from a YouTube channel. It's important for us to think creatively, think outside the box, and to prepare for life. Although university education is extremely important to many careers, it's not for everyone or every career. For that reason, as educators, we need to offer courses that will prepare students for wherever they are going in life. And that means offering both university and career preparation. That's why schools like ours are increasingly becoming more important and fundamental to the world. Furthermore, students need life skills such as civic knowledge and financial education for a successful life. There needs to be a range of educational options for students because of the great diversity in both the population and the workplace. Career academies and more traditional vocational education have a big role to play in preparing the next generation of workers. Additionally, start by motivating yourself. Positivity is key. Let us also not neglect the importance of self-motivation and boosting your self-worth when it comes to your success. You are valuable. You have the capacity. You have the ability to become whatever you want to become and what you dream to become. As I mentioned previously, you are a Jamaican. And therefore, you were born with all the tools you need to succeed. Don't joke with a Jamaican. The goal is to hone and develop those attributes. You have the potential to shine. Therefore, do not diminish your capabilities and worth. Don't allow anyone to tell you you can't achieve your dreams because they are too big. You have the potential. You have the capacity. If you want to become the next Barack Obama, that's fine. You can become just that and better. Associate with like-minded people and people who help you to improve your life. The world is your oyster, not just your immediate community, not only Trelawney or St. Anne, but the globe. You must develop a global mindset. You are a child of the universe. Never limit yourself to your immediate surroundings. Think big. Think big. Think big. And also, dream. Dream big. You can accomplish what you will if you only put your mind to it and adopt the global mindset that is required to succeed. You are Jamaicans. You are powerful. You're a brand by yourself. Use those non-technical skills. Develop new skills. And drive your career path to a path of success. So in another year or two or less, I'll be reading about you as a Rush Cam. I'll be reading about you as a Kalila. I'll be reading about you not making 26 million, but even contributing $1 billion to the Jamaican economy. Why not? Why not? Dream big, live big, do big things, and you will be successful. I am proud of you, and I look forward in a year or two times to read the great stories that we will hear about you. Dream big. God bless you.
Them little daddy clap, then I go work, you know. And I go work your hand them and they must see them a little bit more. So let's do that. So I'm just going to do this for you, Doc. God bless you. That sounds much, much better. What a presentation. Jamaicans are what? Say, resilient. Don't play with Jamaicans. You will have to own new skills to take up new jobs, the jobs of the future. You must develop an entrepreneurial mindset. World is changing. You know, I like the whole idea of the soft skills because most persons don't understand the importance. They are always relevant. Thank you, Doc. Creativity, resilience, time management, critical thinking skills, being a team player are absolutely crucial. Whether you're an entrepreneur or you're working for someone, you must always have these soft skills that will propel you to greater heights. Those online, put your hands together with your emojis for Doc, and those who are here at the Pegasus, put your hands together for him. Powerful, powerful presentation. For those who are listening, those who are online, I used the opportunity to go on Facebook while I was listening to Doc, and I see that there are some questions that are coming on Facebook. I want you to know that those questions will be addressed in short order. We are paying attention on all of the platforms, so we are listening. We want you to stay engaged. We want you to continue being a part of what is happening now at this career conference. Now, entertainment is absolutely important. You know, we have to level the vibe. No. We have to level the vibe. No, young people. Yeah, we have to keep you guys up. Because we know it's a new world and sometimes all of the information just coming at you. You want a little break to sit down and think about the information that you just received and something to just calm you down. So we have Miss Monique Taylor. She is from she's a third-year student from the School of Music at Edna Manley. And she's here to perform for us. So put your hands together for Miss Monique Taylor as she comes.
Testing, 1, 2. Good day. Good day. How are you guys doing? Nice, nice. As he said, my name is Monique Taylor, otherwise known as Monte. I am a third-year student at the Edna Manley College where I'm pursuing a bachelor in music. So today I'm just going to share my talent with you and I hope you enjoy. Could I get some volume on the microphone, please? Technical difficulties. Oh, pirate, yes, they are by. Sold I to the merchant ship. Minutes after they took I from the bottomless pit. But my hands were made strong from the hand of the Almighty. We forward in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help me sing? These songs of freedom is all I ever had. Redemption song. These songs of freedom is all I ever had. Redemption song. Redemption song. You can snap? Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Have no fear for atomic energy. God alone can stop the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? They say it's just a part of it. We got to fulfill the book. Won't you help me sing? These songs of freedom is all I ever had. Redemption song. Redemption songs. Redemption songs.
All right, thank you very much, Miss Monique. Redemption song. What a fitting item. I know that you'll be singing another song for us soon. We're having a little bit of, we have some technical difficulties, but we'll sort that out. Thank you very much, Miss Taylor, for that item. Miss Taylor is building her brand. Yes, man, she's building her brand. She wants you to know that she's a big singer. Redemption song.
Yes.
Can I sing too? I'm not going to resign though, Mr. Moore. I don't think it's time. Not time. But, building your brand. I'm just helping her to sing. That's what the song said, It should help her sing. But thank you. Looking forward to another item. Building your personal brand. It's a coincidence. I don't know. Probably it was planned. But that our next presenter will be speaking on the topic personal branding. And I know some of you in social media land, some of you who are online, you might hear the topic and you're wondering, what is this topic, personal branding? Well, you're about to hear from someone who understands the concept. I have a resume for the gentleman. And he said to me, Mr. Brown, and I'm going to tell you, when you see me on the road, ensure you use my middle name. I told you initially, my name is Zico Ziggy Brown. So you see, if anybody see me on the road and says Zico Brown, I'm not answer. Thank you. You have to say Ziggy. Absolutely important. And so he came to me and he said he doesn't want me to give a long introduction, which is all right. I guess he didn't want me to tell you that he is currently enrolled at the University of Technology doing his PhD program. He never really want me to talk about these things or talk about any of his other, achievements, probably like his master's degree and so. But I'm going to stop. He said 2 minutes and I don't want to get into that. But I truly believe by just speaking to him that this presentation is going to move mountains for somebody. And there are a lot of us who have particular skills, specific skills that we can use to start earning, start doing better for ourselves, but we don't know how to build our what? Personal brand. So without further ado, I'm going to ask Mr. Craig McNally to come to us to present on personal branding.
What's up? Angela couldn't tell last, Mr. Me need to come look for you. Serious, me need to come look for you. What's up, everybody? Good morning. I'm not the speaker who's going to do the pleasant good morning, so-and-so. There's a time and place for that, and I don't think that's what they invited me here to do. So we're going to skip all of that. What go on? How do you do? Yeah. Y'all look good. So I'm going to be talking to you about personal branding this morning, and I want to start off by showing you a video, right? I'm going to show you 3 videos, and these videos, I'm going to be walking around. These videos are, these are commercials. They are commercials, and they were developed by Mars, who makes Snickers, the chocolate bar, a couple years ago as a part of their Super Bowl promotions, all right? And the tagline for Snickers, or at least at the time, I'm not sure if that's still the tagline for them now, but the tagline at the time was, "You're not you when you're hungry." Check out these 3 ads.
Can we turn the AC up? I'm dying back here.
It's on. Can't you feel it?
Can you feel that?
Oh.
Jeff, eat a Snickers, please.
Why?
Every time you get hungry, you turn into a diva. Just eat it so we can all coexist.
Turn into a diva.
The new system, break dance.
Okay.
Thank you. Better?
Will you get your knees out of the back of my seat?
Oh,
You're not you when you're hungry. Snickers satisfies.
Right. So the idea behind the ad is that you turn into a different person. You are a different person when you're hungry. Here's another one.
Nobody plays that way anymore. Whoa!
Alex, you're not you when you're hungry. Have a Snickers. Better? Better.
Snickers, you're not you when you're hungry.
What a difference. All right, last one, I promise. Here we go.
Three, 5, 2. Nobody plays that way anymore. Whoa!
Alex, you're not you when you're hungry. Have a Snickers.
3, 5, 2.
Oh, I think I probably put in the same commercial twice. Womp, womp. Guess what? When we talk about your personal brand, we're not talking about your qualifications. All right? It's not your qualifications. And that's why I'm not into introductions. I hate introductions. And so whenever I'm asked to present anywhere, 2 lines, sometimes only 1. If I give you 2 lines, I'm giving you my current substantive position within a particular organization, or I'm giving you my professional title, which is a licensed associate counseling psychologist. That's it. You don't really need to know nothing more. What you will eventually find out about me will come from the presentation. Because let's face it, sometimes the introduction is longer or just as long as the speech. And when people open up their mouth, you're like, oh, God. You must say we're hungry. This need to don't know. Right? And all these kind of things, right? So let's just start off. Your qualifications is not your brand. All that your qualifications say is what you are. I'm going to use a word again. It's called tautology. It's what you're qualified to do. In other words, your qualifications say what you got some training in. But it doesn't say how you use that training. All right? Cool. You know, I have a feeling that this clicker is not, why are you not working with me? So as I go through this presentation today, some of you hopefully are going to have to be thinking about rebranding yourself, or at least branding yourself if you have not already started thinking about your own brand and what that means for you. So what is a brand? Well, here are some ways of thinking about what a brand is. A brand is a characteristic or it's a distinctive kind. A characteristic or a distinctive kind. Here's another way of thinking about a brand. It's the marketing practice of creating a name, a symbol, a slogan, and all of those things identify and differentiate one product from another. So today we're at the Pegasus Hotel, and this hotel, if you don't know, has undergone many name changes. It was the Jamaica Pegasus, which was a totally different brand up on top of the building, right? They have like 18 floors, and at the top they had a branding that said, "Is me press something?" I think "Is me press something." Is me? Are I the one? Okay, the monitor went out as well. So, a couple years ago, they had the Jamaica Pegasus, and the branding on top of the building was different. It said Jamaica Pegasus, and then it changed as somebody foot in, as somebody dropped the card. And then after that, it changed again from the Jamaica Pegasus to Le Méridien Jamaica Pegasus, right? And so they had that big, long name up there. And then it's now changed again, and guess what it named now? It named Pegasus. It just named Pegasus. Them drop everything. So it's just Pegasus. You see me? Now, we're at the Pegasus. But the Pegasus, the characteristics, the particular, whatever it is that you get from the Pegasus, is different from if we were to go to the Knutsford Court Hotel or to go across to the Courtly over there, owned by the same people, by the way. Isn't that interesting? It's owned by the same people, but each hotel you go to have particular characteristics and certain differences that make you know that you are not at the Pegasus anymore, you're at the Knutsford Court, or you are at the Courtly Hotel. Right. So now, see the big test, you know? You know what I talk about because the script now work. Lord of mercy. Oh, it came back up. Okay, good thing I know. Now, hold on. Let me see if I can go back just a tad. See if I can go back just a tad. Right. So here's another thing about a brand. It is, or about branding, it's a promise to consumers, and it tells them what they can expect from the product. And the best example of this I found is corned beef, or what some people call bully beef. Hey, you ever hungry at time? Fix up some corned beef with some white rice. Whoa, nice. Nice, man. So here we have Grace corned beef, and I'd love to hear from you. What comes to mind, the people who are here in the audience, what comes to mind when you think about Grace corned beef? You think the best? I'm sorry? Salty, okay. Anybody else? You think about the cost, so it's more costly than another brand. Anything else? I didn't get that. Okay, and you think about what you can combine it with, so you have it with spaghetti. Big up yourself. Me come out your yard tomorrow. All right. What about, oh my God, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? The technology is not working with me at all today. What about this brand? What comes to mind when you think about this brand? By the way, they're not sponsored or nothing. You think affordability. I love that. I love that. And I love that you use the word affordability, because usually people say cheap. But guess what? You will never hear the people at Lasco distributors referring to their product as cheap. They will say affordable. Because when something is cheap, who wants that? But if it's affordable, then it means that a larger number of people can get it. I remember when I bought my car. So I bought my car brand new, buy it from Executive Motors. Is a Mazda, right? Now, I had a couple of options, and I'll get into the story a little bit more in the presentation. But the fact is, at one point, I needed something for the car, and I went to the dealers, and they asked me what model of that particular car I have, because it comes in different specs and so on. Specs meaning you have fully loaded, mid-spec, meaning you get most of the nice things, and you have low spec, which means all you get is 4-wheel and 4-door. All right? Basically. Now, I said to him, the particular car I bought only had mid-spec and high spec. So I said to him, so he asked me which one I have, which model car I have. I said, I have a so-and-so car, and it's a cheap one I have. He said, sir, we do not sell cheap cars here. You have the more affordable model. I said, oh, bruh. And he corrected me. But that changed my perspective, because imagine if you were driving around in a car that in your mind, sure, I just want like a cheap car. That means you're going to drop the car in a pothole, and you're going to bad drive. You're going to be like a robot taxi driver. All right? Straight up. All right? So let's talk about personal branding. Hey, me like hot, should I do no research before you invite me? Let's talk about personal branding. Now, here are some thoughts about personal branding. But before I get there, let me ask you a question. If you were not human and you could be any animal, what animal would you want to be? What's your first choice? Okay, let's get them individually. I saw that hand first. A what? A phoenix, you always have some show off people, you see. We always are called phoenix. When last you see a phoenix? But you know, say you want to be phoenix. No show off. What animal is a phoenix? What animal is a phoenix? It's a bird. You don't even know what kind of bird. It's not just any bird, but you want to be that kind of bird. All right, big up yourself, my youth. All right, anybody else? What would be your first choice? Yes. An eagle. An eagle. Okay, cool. Anybody else? What? A lioness. All right, so we have a lioness back there. And right here? A what? Same thing, a lioness. All right, cool. All right, and we have eagles. Right. Suppose it couldn't be that animal, though. What would be your second choice? Anybody? What would be your second choice? Second choice? A dolphin? A horse. All right. Anybody else? Second choice. Second choice. Your second choice. Second choice. Come on, guys. It's not an exam. I'm sorry? You said a pig? Oh, a dog. Okay. Big up yourself. A dog. All right. And suppose it couldn't be that animal, what would be your third choice? A pig. All right. Anybody else? Third choice? I'm sorry. A cat. All right. Anybody else? Third choice. Third choice. A pigeon. She mean a dove. You'd want to be a dove. Okay. A chameleon. All right. Cool. Now, folks, this is what we call in psychology a projective assessment. Meaning it's neither right nor wrong, it's just how you interpret it. It's believed that your first choice is how you see yourself. Did anybody say a John Crow? Just asking. Okay, your second choice is how other people see you. Yeah, anybody say John Crow? That's your second choice. And your third choice is who you really are. Anybody believes that? Did anybody think John Crow? Just checking. All right. And guess what? It doesn't really matter how you see yourself. What really matters in all of that is how other people see you. That is what personal branding is. It's not about the piece of paper you get when you're done and you graduate. It's about how people see you holding that piece of paper. But I'll get into that a little bit later on down. All right. Check out this video, If Jesus Had Branding.
Marketing. Of course.
Great. Okay, everyone, thanks for coming in. Well, the latest numbers are in, and it seems that stunts are performing very, very well for us. Research shows that we've not only increased awareness of the Jesus brand among urban Jews 25 to 35, but we're also getting great traction with our sub-brands like the Messiah, Christ, the Son of God. This was changing water into wine, healing the blind was here, and this was the feeding the multitude thing with the loaves and the fishes. And all this with no media buy whatsoever.
That's earned media.
So our recommendation, obviously, is to continue with more stunts. Over to you, creative.
Okay. So, we already know that water fits really well with your image. It's pure, it's natural, baptisms. So it makes sense to keep pushing in that direction. Now, for your next stunt, we were thinking that you could walk on water.
Walk on water. Sounds catchy. I mean, I see how it could go social. But I happen to know, personally, the guy who created water, and it is liquid, and you can drown in it, and you can die in it. Yes, but me not drowning would be a big plus for humanity. Look, if it's in terms of
Sorry,
safety...
guys, may I? If you like this walking on water idea, we can make it happen.
One Productions. They've handled all our stunts.
Even if you could get me walking in water, that's a big if. The Romans would never let us do that.
Not a problem. We take care of the entire stunt.
What about the unions?
They don't exist yet.
All right, then. But if I die doing this, you better bring me back to life.
Actually, we can do that.
All right, so that, of course, is a promo for a marketing company, and they chose to go that angle to look at the possibility that, hey, if we were around in the time of Jesus, our brand is so strong that we could actually rebrand Jesus and we would be a part of creating the image of who Jesus is. I hope nobody was offended by that, by the way. It's just for a laugh. Don't take it too serious. So, personal branding, here are some ways of thinking about it. It's how you differentiate yourself from others. So, get this. You're in a program, and in April, 25 of you graduate from that program. 25 of you are applying to the same sectors for a job with the same certificate. What do you think is going to allow you to get that job? What morally sound, ethical way, let me say that, you think is going to allow you to get that job? You have to differentiate yourself from the other 24 people because the whole want to have the same piece of paper. So what is it that you're going to go into that interview to sell yourself, to market yourself? What are you going to say that's going to differentiate you from the girl when it sit down beside you in a class and the boy when it sit down back at you always depend on him phone at text? What's going to separate you from those two people? That's your personal brand. You're going to have to personalize it. You have to make it special. You're going to have to differentiate yourself from all those other people. Here's another way of thinking about it. Your brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. So whenever I do a presentation, yeah, people usually enjoy it, like 9.9 out of 10. But there's always that one person who's like, oh, them couldn't get somebody else, right? Tough. Them get. Deal with it. No, I don't really buy into like how the audience is responding. I read the room and so on, and I love when the audience is with me and they're like, yeah, and they're like, me too, and they're like, yeah, and so on. I'm having a great time, but I'm more concerned about what people say after I leave. So I always touch base with the person who invited me. One away and say, yo, upset it go on, is it? Thanks for, make me come through and pass through and thing, is it? So, how them people did say after me show out? Because when we're before people, we have this obligation to lie and to be hypocritical and not speak the truth. Like, oh, I just loved your presentation. We have to invite you back. And then in the evaluation meeting, that same person is like, I don't know them people, right? So I'm really concerned. I want to know what people, were people like saying, boy, yeah, man, that was really good. We chose the right person. So on. So, yeah, he said a couple of things that were off heart brand, but, we can't get beyond that. We didn't say it. He did. So they can't come down on us. Anyway, so it's what people say about you when you're not in the room. That's what you really want to hear, not what people are saying before you. Here's another one. It's the emotional aftertaste that you leave with people after they've had an interaction with you. Have you ever interacted with some people and after they're gone, you're like, God, no, sir. Mm-mm. Or when people have an interaction with you, do they go, wow, yo, can't wait to hang out with so-and-so again. Yo, I can't wait to meet up with so-and-so again. Yo, that was fun. Yo, I had such a good time. Yo, I just really like that person. You feel refreshed. You feel revived. You feel like smaddy. You know? Or are people draining? Are you draining? If you're draining, you're either draining or energizing. You know? I would aim for energizing. I'm just saying, right? So all of us are actually the CEO of a company called Me Incorporated, and we are the chief, we are the CEO, but we're also the chief marketing officer. So we are responsible for managing how people perceive us. And we should take that very seriously, you know. So for me, let me tell you how I take this personal branding thing seriously, right? So I have what's called this, I don't know, my personal thing. I call it the McNally factor, all right? So how did that happen? Once upon a time. So I was doing some work with an organization that does work it's an NGO. They were an NGO and they would do work in underserved communities. And one Friday afternoon, they called me. They said, Craig, can you come down to so-and-so to do a workshop for us? And I was like, I don't think so, you know, I really don't think I can do it. I said, what time is it? He said, it's at 11 o'clock. I said, no, I can't because I have to go out of town at that time and I really don't think I should. He said, all right. What if we move it up to 10 o'clock? Can you come at 10 o'clock? I said, no, I still can't go. This was before the highway, right? So it means that I have to go up Mount Russell and hopefully me not buck up on a truck around there, right? And I was going to Ocho Rios. I said, no, I can't do it. He said, all right. Can you do 9:30? I said, no, I can't. That means I have to go wake up early. Plus, no, I have to go stop somewhere before. I said, why don't you ask so-and-so? Because usually when I receive an invitation and I can't, I suggest him, and when he can't, he suggests me. And I suggest him because I know him brand. I know him good like that. You see it? I know that his way, his style of presenting, his whole everything is just like me. So I'm not going to go there and embarrass me. Right? So I recommend him. Of course, I know they know him as well, and they've used him as well. He said, no, man. Me know about so man. But Craig, you know, understand. Craig, are you the people them ask for? Are you them want? So I go, oh. You know what that are the McNally factor. What I meant by that was, yes, my friend could do the presentation, but the fact is, he could never do the presentation like how I do the presentation. I'm not saying that his way was better or worse than how I would present it, but the way I would present it is the way that they wanted for this particular occasion. Your brand is not for everybody. You are not for everybody. So that's when I understood it and I said, whoa. This is serious. And so I took this branding thing really seriously from that point on. So I pushed my name because that's the only thing that was given to me free of charge. It was the first and only thing that I got at no cost, my name. And I push it. So everything is Craig McNally. My Facebook is Craig McNally. Instagram is I am Craig. And the only reason Instagram is not Craig McNally is because somebody have it. And me email the youth. And me offer the youth money. I say, look at me, we buy it from you. Listen, that's how seriously I take it. I wanted everything Craig McNally. Because if heart wants, I'm sure everything, right? All of your handles have something to do with heart or heart, whatever, right? The Pegasus, everything. So why not me? Yeah, why not me? Right? So everything is Craig McNally. And by the way, if you check me out, check out my YouTube channel on YouTube. If you like the content, leave a sub, share, leave a positive comment, like. 384 subscribers. Wouldn't it be nice if, like, by the time I leave here, it's like at 385? So much for dreams, right? Anyway, so the point is, I push my name. All right, me need to fling with a clicker after this. I promise you. So personal branding is all about managing perceptions effectively and controlling and influencing how other people perceive you and how they think about you. Your brand is a balance of who you are and what you want to be known for. So this goes back to the qualification. Who you are is what are you studying at heart? I assume you're a student.
Yes, culinary food preparation.
Okay, so you're doing culinary arts and like what's the qualification? Like you would become a what? Like a pastry chef, sous chef?
Commis chef.
Sorry, a what?
Commis chef.
A commis chef. All right, cool. I have no idea what that is, but big up yourself. So who you are is a commis chef. But what do you want to be known for? In other words, do you want to be known? Wait, do you make special types of foods as a commis chef? All right, all kind of food and dish and thing. Right. So who you are is a commis chef. But what do you want to be known for? Do you want to be known as the commis chef who is always on time? The commis chef who is always properly attired, who is respectful. Do you want to be known as the commis chef who prepares the best gravy? The one whose plate is always clean? Do you want to be known as the commis chef who gets along with everybody in the kitchen? That's your brand. Not the commis chef. The certificate, or some people said this certificate only tells us what you are supposed to be good at, but it doesn't tell us who you are. That's why sometimes when you have people who get these positions, they are now the head of this and that, and them can't talk to people, them attitudes stink. Them can't talk to people, right? Because people at the top, people in HR who are choosing these people to be the this and the that of the whatever, are looking at the who they are. And it's when they come into the job now, you see who they really are. And then they become known as a person who doesn't really respect others, somebody who, you don't want to be associated with that person. So it's not about your qualifications. So usually when we think about personal branding, we think about celebrities. How am I doing with time? Please tell me. So this, of course, is Lady Gaga. And Lady Gaga wore a meat dress, as in a dress made of meat, to the MTV Music Awards a couple of years ago. And guess what? A lot of people were coming at her for this. How could you do that? And so on and so forth. But guess what? If Lady Gaga had turned up wearing anything else, like something like what you have on, it would have been a problem. Wearing a meat dress was very in line with her brand. What about Michael Jackson? What comes to mind when you think about Michael Jackson? Anybody? Moonwalk. What else? The glove. His performance, great. Guess what? That's what people always say to me. Hardly anybody ever mentions the whole pedophilia stuff. You know, like the accusations that he would touch kids. And so hardly anybody mentions that. And I remember when the whole thing happened, it was like people said, Michael, come here. Come here. Come here. Why you do it? You mustn't touch the kids. Hey, Michael? Now look here. Don't do it again. Now go over there and go and make some music so we can all enjoy it once again. All right? Yeah. But don't do it again, you know. It was like that. We're like, what? Is that? And what that showed me is that your brand can be so powerful that even if you go through a very negative thing, your brand covers you. So, geez, I'm actually out of time, I think, you know, but I'll try and run through this. Give me 5 minutes. So, y'all remember a couple of years ago when everybody had gotten a cell phone with cameras and everybody was shooting their own movie and they were supposedly leaking. Please, some of those were intentional, right? So there was one particular young lady who was in media and stuff, and, you know, there was a leak, and I reached out to her, and I said, hey, what's up, it's Craig. So, no. Listen, I have a great idea. Why don't we do like some school tours where you can go around Jamaica and talk about, you know, this bad thing that has happened to you and talk to the girls in particular and help them to practice, be more responsible in their sexual choices and who they're involved with, Wouldn't that be great? She said, Craig, me no really know, you know. Me no really. God, guess what? You see, if this were America, if we were living in America, they would have jumped on that so quickly. Yes, then would have disappeared for like a 2 months or a 1 month, right? But guess what? They'd be back. They'd be back with a book. They'd be doing tours, right? They would be on every show you can think of. They would definitely be on Oprah, right? And they would sit there and they'd be like, you know, Oprah, when I wrote this book, I wrote it for my family. And I just want people out there to know that you can get past all the bad things that people are saying about you. And then Oprah would be like, everybody gets a book. You get a book, you get a book. And it would just be crazy. It would so be crazy. But no, we don't understand how to spin. We don't understand how to spin. What about this guy? This is Vibes Cartel. He's in prison. In case you didn't know that. Right, like who didn't know that? So this dude, he's very good at personal branding. Him brand clocks, him cake soap. What else him they do? White shirt. Oh yes, I never know about that. Right? All of those things. He branded all of those things. Right? But then when the news broke about, you know, the accusations and so on and so on and so on, I don't know if it's his lawyers or his marketing people or what, but somebody came up with a brilliant idea. Why don't we put out a song that does the opposite of what we were actually encouraging young men to do? So we used to encourage them to wear them pants below them bottom. Let's just flip that, at least for the next 2 months. Right? And let's tell them to go to school, wear your pants on your waist, right? Because, you know, we really need to come before the jury with a positive image. Like we need to look like a model citizen. It never worked. Too late. All right? All right, folks. I'm wrapping it up. So your brand is the intangible sum of your attributes. So you can't touch a brand, okay? But it's everything, such as your name, the value you place on yourself, your history, your reputation, and it's the way that you put yourself out there. I'm sorry? I'm sorry? Oh, if I could put that back. Right. They're going to throw me out. I got to be quick. All right, I'm moving. All right. All right, I promise I'm almost done. So, personal branding sends a clear and a consistent message about who you are and what you have to offer. So, you don't want people like, oh, so you're Jeff, so like, what do you do? It's not about what you do, it's about how you do it. It's about the how you do it. All right? All right, I'm going to skip this. This was supposed to be like a Shaggy, well, it's still playing. But this is Shaggy, and what Shaggy has done is, Shaggy is known primarily for what? Dance hall. But Shaggy is now known as a philanthropist. Right? He's known for these concerts that he puts out with, to raise money for the children's hospital and so on. So what he's doing is he is rebranding himself, right? What if your brand was so powerful that people wanted to actually name a restaurant after you? Like, you don't own the restaurant, right? But we're going to just name it after you. Wouldn't that be awesome? Like, your name is so powerful. Anyway, guys, so time is going. So if you wanted to know about how to create your own personal brand, or if you are curious about what your brand is, here's an easy way to do it. List 5 strengths that you possess. What are your 5 strengths? And here's another way of thinking about it. Or what are 6 words that describe you? Think about that. All right. I'm going to end here because I'm over time. Thank you so much for your time and for your attention. And I hope the people watching, I hope you learned something. I hope you had fun. And I hope you learned as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. McNally. Great presentation, by the way. Wonderful. I think what stood out to me is one of those statements that I always tell myself. It's not about how you see yourself, but it's about what? How others see you. I want you to bear that in mind to my friends to my friends who are online. I also want you to bear that in mind. Understand that your personal brand is absolutely important. Before we go any further, Miss Monique Taylor from the Edna Manley College, she performed for us earlier. She was extremely good, right? Yeah, man, she was good. And so she has a second item that I am absolutely sure will be even better. So I'm going to ask Miss Monique Taylor to come at this time to perform. And right after Miss Taylor, it's going to get even more excited. But I'll give you the information right after her presentation, her song. All right, Miss Taylor, your time.
Interesting. 1, 2. Yes, I'm back again. Hoping that everything is well this time. So today I'd like to share with you a song entitled Shallow by Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper. Tell me something, girl. Aren't you tired of this modern world? Or do you need more? Is there something else you're searching for? Alright, them's a pull up, right? Tell me something, girl. Aren't you tired of this modern world? Or do you need more? Is there something else you're searching for? I'm falling. all the good times I find myself longing for a change. And in the bad times I fear myself. Ooh, yeah. Tell me something, boy. Aren't you tired trying to fill that void? Or do you need more? Ain't it hard keeping it so hardcore? I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for a change. In the bad times I fear myself. I'm at the deep end, watching the dive in. I never made the ground. Crash from the surface where they can't hurt us. We're far from the shallow now. In the shallow. In the shallow. In the shallow. We're far from the shallow now. Ooh. I'll never meet the ground. Crash from the surface where they can't hurt us. We're far from the shallow now. In the shallow. In the shallow. In the shallow. We're far from the shallow now. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Miss Taylor. Continue to build your personal brand. I am absolutely sure that great days are ahead for you. Continue doing what you're doing. And for those persons who are online, those persons who are here at the Pegasus, I want you to think about it. What is it that what is that thing that you are good at? What is your personal brand? What is that thing that makes you unique and you can earn from it? I want you to think about it. For those who are probably just joining us, because I know that situations create situations which create problems, and probably you're just getting an opportunity to join us here at the Pegasus. Today we are celebrating under the theme career development, building resiliency, skills for the future of work at our career conference. Now, I want persons to know that tomorrow we will be having what we call Pon the Corner in every parish. You hear how that sounds? Pon the Corner. If you're somewhere in social media land now and you are able to type, I want you to type Pon the Corner as evidence to say that I told you that a big activity will be taking place. We will be going to various communities across the island in the various parishes. And we will be speaking with young people. We'll be having counseling sessions. We'll be administering what we call our psychometric assessment, where we basically match your personality and interests with a particular profession. Listen to me. It's going to be a great time tomorrow in this country. And so, if you want more information, if you want to participate, you can call any of our parish offices at 99 Heart. 99 Heart. So I want you to make the calls that you can be a part of that. If you're not able to attend the activity, you can still go to your parish office, the nearest parish office to you, and be able to do the test, the psychometric assessment, and get some feedback and start that journey towards the ideal career. Another important component of moving towards your ideal career, another important variable in accessing that great job is passing the interview. Many of us have challenges with interviews. Tell the truth. It's rough. You get nervous, and especially in this age of COVID-19 where everything is now online, it has even become more challenging. And so we had to get an expert, someone who could give and provide the necessary guidance for us to move forward, for us to have a better understanding of how to be successful, specifically with online interviews. Miss Angela De Freitas is, hold on, I'm going to start clapping already, but I don't like her. I really like her. But let me give you a little background. I like to give the background. Although my presenter on personal branding gave me some wise counsel. Wise counsel. But I'm going to give you some information about our guest speaker. So Miss Angela De Freitas is General Manager for Choices Caribbean, a company which empowers people with information to help them making wise educational and career decisions. She is also the founder, editor, and publisher of All Choices publications, which include 3 Choices magazines. Get ready for school success. Are you ready for school success? My trainees that are online, are you ready for success? You are now in training. I want to know if you're ready. She also wrote your CXCs and Guide to Life Success and other choices publications such as Children's Career Choices, World of Work coloring book, Help Your Child with Career Choice, and Plan for Your Success. She's here to help us plan for success. Mrs. De Freitas has worked widely throughout the Caribbean in countries including St. Lucia, Antigua, Barbados, Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dominica, Trinidad and Tobago, and St. Kitts and Nevis, countries in which the company's flagship publications, the Career Key and Choices magazines, are widely used in many of the schools. She has experience, not just local, but international. And she's here to share with you that you can become a better professional. So without further ado, I won't say anything. I won't say much more. I'm going to turn over to the lady who will inspire you and help you to be successful at that next interview. Her name is Miss Angela De Freitas. Put your hands together for her as she comes.
Thank you very much, Ziggy. And I'm looking for the lady. I'm not sure if she's in here. Angela De Freitas, you're here at all? Okay, it's me. I am Mrs. Angela De Freitas, and I hardly recognized myself in the description, but I guess it's about personal branding, and it seems to me that we are all here today because we want to know more about who we are and how we're going to be successful in what we're doing. Now, it's not about me alone, because I have a team online, and I hope you'll be seeing them on screen very soon, and they are going to be interviewed for a job. Now, I first of all am going to ask them to introduce themselves and just give us one word which would describe their personal brand. I hope that they were listening. So, one word which would describe you or your personal brand. Tavon. Tavon?
Yes, miss. Good morning.
Tavon Thompson from Central High School. What's your word?
Miss, my word is passionate.
Passionate. Very good. Excellent. Okay, one more coming. Michaela from Glenmuir High School. What's your word, Michaela? Did I hear correct? Could you repeat it, please?
Ingenuity.
Ingenuity. Great. You're going to need lots of that for careers of the future and for going forward successfully. Okay, let's get Alexander from Central High School. Come on, Alexander, one word.
Innovative.
Innovative. Woo, these are the words that we need, yes. Thank you, Alexander. Okay, we have one more candidate, and she is Danique. And you see her there in the same screen as Michaela. Danique from Glenmuir High School. What's your one word that would describe you and or your brand?
Advocate by nature.
Could you repeat that for us, loud and clear?
I am an advocate by nature.
Oh, an advocate by nature. Okay, excellent. Okay, you're learning a little bit about these candidates. With them is Miss Jamie Lee Wisdom, who is going to conduct the interviews. Now, I'm going to tell you that they are all going to be asked 4 questions. It's a competency-based interview, and we are checking for their competence in the areas of communication, leadership, teamwork, and what's the last one? Come on, guys. You're ready. Shout it out, someone. Alexander.
Ladies and gentlemen, Zoomers and representatives from Career Choice. A pleasant afternoon to you all.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Okay. Now, they're going to be asked the same 4 questions, but they'll be asked they're going to be asked in alphabetical order of their last name. Now, to give everybody the same chance, we're going to start with question 1 for candidate 1, question 2 for candidate 2, question 3 for candidate 3, question 4 for candidate 4. So they'll all answer the same question, but each will get the opportunity of answering a question first. We think that's a fair way of doing it so that they don't learn from each other's answers. And as I said, our communicator, our interviewer is Jamie Lee Wisdom. But before we start, and in order to let them relax a little bit, because we know that they're anxious now, the anxiety is building, because one of these four is going off on a very special mission. Could we have our intro, please, now? Then everyone.
Houston, Endeavor, roll program. Roger, roll, Endeavor.
This is Mission Control Houston. Endeavor's roll maneuver is complete. It is now in a heads-down position on track for its flight to the International Space Station.
Elon Musk of SpaceX, Richard Branson of Virgin Galactic and NASA are looking for a docking module pilot to join the crew on the International Space Station. The successful candidate will be expected to be a part of a team which will add a new module, organize a spacewalk to collect samples and fix faulty mechanisms, working directly under the instructions of the space station's commander. Interviews will be conducted to fill this one available position on the shuttle, Endeavour. Your expertise as an astronaut is already known. We now need to be convinced of your additional competencies in the following areas: communication, decisiveness, leadership, teamwork, resilience. Be prepared to vie against your competitors for your spot on this exciting mission.
One of those four will be off on a space mission to the International Space Station, joining Richard Branson of Virgin Galactic and Elon Musk of SpaceX. And we all know that you can do anything you want to do. Remember, we said we're Jamaicans, we can do it. So let's see who's going to be going. I'm going to hand you over to Jamie Lee Wisdom, who will be doing the questioning. And of course, we will need our four candidates to be unmuted on their accounts. Jamie Lee Wisdom. Choices. Here she is. Now, in the meantime, an online interview is very much like an in-person interview. Remember that. You're going to have to prepare yourself, try to be as confident and relaxed as possible, ensure that you have done your homework. Also, ensure that you created that toolbox of information that supports your application and which you can call on. So, are we ready to roll? Are we having a technical? She may not have a video to turn on, but she can certainly unmute. Okay?
can't unmute. Hello? Hello?
Good afternoon, Miss Wisdom. Your
Yes, Sarah
candidates
Bob.
are ready for you.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. For the question number 1, we will start with candidate 1, Danny Gordon. Please describe a situation in which you were working as part of a team. How did you make a contribution?
That's actually a great question. When working in a team, I always aim to cooperate with everyone. I identify each person's strength and I inspire them to capitalize on them. My main contribution to my team is always to motivate them to achieve the goal of the organization and to be the best version of themselves.
Thank you for that. For second candidate, Michaela McLean, please describe a situation in which you were working as part of a team. How did you make a contribution?
Thank you for that question. I remember when my leader was distracted because of a family situation and sent a call saying that we needed to land the aircraft. Everyone seemingly panicked. I convinced the team that we had all the skills needed to land the aircraft, and we did.
Okay, lovely. Thank you for that one also. Next candidate, Tavon Thompson. Please describe to us a situation in which you were working as part of a team. How did you make a contribution?
Question. So when it comes on to teamwork, I'm a very participative leader and very cooperative. So I was one member of a product sample team where we were actually advertising a new product at OJ Schoolers Limited in Olavar. So my role was basically to lure the persons to our product sample tent and explain to them about the product and to get feedback to bring back to the manager of the company.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much for that. Next, please, this question is for Alexander Warren. Please describe a situation in which you were working as a part of a team and how did you make a contribution?
Okay, thank you. As a sportsman, teamwork is an essential part of building character and a way to promote social behavior. Cricket, just to name a few, are activities that I have participated in. And these activities has taught me about teamwork. So as an individual, I had to work with different specialized skills. So I would say adaptation is a key aspect of teamwork as I share my knowledge and experience with the juniors while learning and giving constructive feedback from my teammates towards the program.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much for that one. Now we are going to move on to question number 2. And this time we'll be starting with candidate number 2, whom is Michaela McLean. So Michaela, your question is, please describe a situation when you assumed the role of a leader and how you approached it.
Okay, thank you for that. So I remember a situation from our training which we were instructed to complete a project on the mechanics of an aircraft. 2 days before the presentation of our findings, we were told that they could not finish this project because of personal problems. Instead of panicking, I simply decided to do their presentation. It wasn't easy at first. I barely slept for the 2 nights, but I managed to deliver a winning presentation.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you for that one. Okay, next we have Tavon Thompson. Tavon Thompson, please describe a situation when you assumed the role of a leader and how you approached it.
Okay, so thank you. So as I stated earlier, that I'm a democratic leader or a participative leader. So I often take decisions from others and gather them and make a decision. I don't naturally actually go by myself. So I'm a whole person also. And I'm the leader of the centralized accompanying team. And I'll lead my team into the upcoming event. So I warm them up and get them ready for a particular event that we will have. So I'll make sure that everyone is on time and everyone is properly warmed up.
Okay, thank you very much for that one. Okay, next is Alexander Warren. Alexander Warren, your question is, please describe a situation when you assume the role of a leader and how you approached it.
Okay, thank you. So, teamwork is essential, as we know, but an effective leader is also needed to convince that team. So, with a sportsman character of mine, leadership has been a way to express self-control while learning and analyzing reaching the team's goal. So, as a student leader and a sports leader, I try to build an inspiring vision towards the main goal while trying to obtain and achieve sub-goals within the group while influencing a positive behavior and constant motivation. Also, as a leader, I accept criticism as it enhances my leadership skills towards the team.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much for that. So we're going to move on to question number 3. And this time we're going to start with candidate number 3, who is Tavon Thompson. So Tavon, please describe a situation when you had to complete a piece of work to a high standard while meeting a strict deadline. Were you successful?
Okay, all right. So time management is very important, as you all know, especially when there's a very high standard behind it with a strict deadline. So in lower 6, I did 5 GIPs and I had to do 5 internal assessments, while other curriculum activities like championship and regular school. So I had to create basically a timetable to manage it, to know when and what to do in order to complete all of those activities. And yes, I was successful on all of those assessments, and I also got those GIP subjects.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much for that. Next is Alexander Warren. Alexander, please describe a situation when you had to complete a piece of work to a high standard while meeting a strict deadline. Were you successful?
So, thank you. Time is key, many persons would understand. And time management is a critical role not only for sportsmen as myself, but for everyone. Time management, so doing 9 SBA in the academic field while a sportsman, it was very challenging at times with constant pressure from teachers stating that SBA is due on this day. So I had to work efficient. So I compose myself and create a flexible schedule which holds academic, sports, and rest. For example, a typical training hour for me is 3 to 4 hours daily. I would rest for 2 hours after reaching home and then onto SBA for 2 to 3 hours. So this would create a balance between each activity I do while completing the SBA that is due on a particular date. And yes, I was successful. I passed all 9 subjects. Thank you.
That's great to hear. Thank you very much for that one. Next, we have Danique Gordon. Danique, please describe a situation when you had to complete a piece of work to a high standard while meeting a strict deadline. Were you successful?
Time management is an essential skill. Once I was working from home on an innovative aircraft that could absolutely change the dynamics of air travel as we know it now. I had 5 days to complete my design, and I created a checklist and schedule for each day, allowing time to correct errors I may have made along the way. I motivated myself intrinsically, and given my drive and ambition, I put in the work and began to execute my task. Eventually, after hard work and dedication, I completed the design even before the deadline. So yes, I was successful.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you very much for that one. Next, we have Michaela McLean. So Michaela, please describe a situation where you had to complete a piece of work to a high standard while meeting a strict deadline. Were you successful?
Yes, I was successful. I can remember being on an aircraft where we were instructed to complete a project or fix the mechanics of the aircraft. But things happened along the way. But with my team, I communicated properly with my team and got it done on time. So we did complete it on time and successfully.
Okay, that's lovely. Thank you very much for that one. Now we're going to move on to question number 4. And for this question, we will start with candidate number 4. Alexander Warren, could you please give an example of a time when you had to make a difficult decision?
Okay, thank you. As we know, I may be very young, but still have a far way to go. But decision making has been very keen. For most persons, career choice is unsure or even have more than one option, such as myself. My dream was to be a pediatrician in the future, but with many competitions alongside the high standards of doctors, I have to change my decision. I now divert in the field of engineering, which is working out well. As we see here, decision making is important as this career path will now shape out my future and onwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Now we're going to move on to Danique Gordon. Danique, could you please give an example of a time when you had to make a difficult decision?
Okay, thank you for that question. When making a decision, I create a pros and cons list. I weigh my options, I stay calm and calculated, and then I make a decision. Once I had to make a decision between 2 persons to represent my team. I of course created my pros and cons list. However, I chose the person with the strengths that were in direct alignment with the task at hand.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much for that one. Next, we have Michaela McLean. Michaela, could you please give us an example of a time when you had to make a difficult decision?
I recall a case in which my team and I were in space completing an assignment when we realized we were out of air. Despite our chief commander's belief that we could continue the mission with the remaining oxygen, based on training and experience, I knew we needed to abort the mission and resume when we had enough supplies or enough oxygen to complete this mission. So that was my difficult decision.
Thank you very much for that one. And next we have Tavon Thompson. Tavon, could you please give, lovely. Could you please give an example of a time when you had to make a difficult decision?
Yes, miss. Decision making. This is a very crucial role in today's society. As we all know, people make decisions every day. A crucial decision that I've recently made in my life is to choose which institution I'd like to attend to continue my further studies. It wasn't a very easy one because there's a lot of competitive institutions out there. So I had to get the disadvantage and advantage, also benefits of going to each institutions. In the end, I chose an institution and I'd start my further studies later on this year, and I'd hope that I made the right decision.
Okay, thank you very much for that one. So thank you to all the candidates for your responses, and that is the end of the interview section. Mrs. De Freitas, back to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wisdom, and thank you all 4 candidates. Now we have amongst us Mr. Craig McNally, who is going to give an appraisal, a general appraisal of what you've all done, and I will have some comments as well. And I want all of you who are out there on Zoom to get ready to vote. Start thinking about what these 4 candidates told you, and we want you to vote on who is going on that shuttle endeavor. So when Mr. McNally has done his appraisal, we'll have the technical people do the raise hand thing, and you'll all be able to vote.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I love this. I love that we were able to bring these young people in from, where are they? From Maypen, Clarendon, all over Jamaica. I love it. Brilliant idea. This is really where the world is going now, where people, you can interview for jobs that are open in Timbuktu, and you are in a little parish in Jamaica, and the first time that they meet you is when you actually turn up to start working. That's where we're going now as a world. And so, because this is how interviews are now taking place, one, because of globalization, technology, and because of the COVID pandemic, which has made traveling a little bit more difficult, and so on, and all those other things, we really have to learn how to conduct interviews in this forum. And so, a couple of comments. First of all, I'd like to commend the gentlemen for being so professionally dressed in your jackets, your blazers, and your ties. Very nice, very, very nice. The ladies, wow, the ladies look like Dolly. Ladies, I love that your hair is well groomed. Not even one follicle of hair is out of place. Not even one strand of hair, rather, is out of place. You look cool, as in you're not sweaty. You don't look like you are just running up and down all over the place. All of you really look well composed. But there are some little technical issues. For example, we were hearing some feedback, and I think probably that is only... I think the reason for that is because Tavon and Alexander are in the same room. And so I think probably when Tavon was speaking, Alexander's microphone was picking that up, or no, his speakers and blah, 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 all of that. So we really have to be careful about the technicalities. Also, Alexander, I noticed that there's a light behind you. It would have been better if you were facing the light. So there's a window and there is a fluorescent light bulb just above you. And so it's never a good idea when we are on Zoom or any other video conferencing tool app to put our backs against the window or against the light. And no, in our brain we think, oh, well, I'm beside the window, so there will be light. No, what it will do is cast a shadow on your face and make it hard to see your facial expressions and to see who you are. And I also noticed that when, I believe it was the ladies, when your microphone opened, I could be wrong, there was a lot of background noise. Not sure if it was the ladies or the gentlemen, but I do recall there was a lot of background noise, and so you have to be careful about the sounds that are coming through your microphones. I would also suggest that when you are doing a video conferencing call or you are doing a job interview via Zoom or meetings or Google's, whatever it is, any type of video interview, it's really best that you wear a headphone or Bluetooth headset kind of thing, because it helps with noise canceling, and it zeroes in on your voice so we can hear you clearly. I recall Jamie Lee having to ask you to repeat. No, I think that was you, Mrs. De Freitas. You were asking them to repeat what they were saying. Other than that, I thought you guys spoke very well. You have a very good command of the English language. Even if you are reading a script, you clearly have a very good command of the English language, because people who have a good command of the English language are not only able to speak well, but they are able to read well. And I heard that and I saw that during your interviews. You pronounced your words very well. And I really was just impressed by that. So attire is on, lighting is on for the ladies. Ladies are well lit. I love that. I also like Tavon's lighting as well. And at one point, I think I saw somebody coming into Alexander's screen and they were adjusting his camera. It was fine. Nothing was wrong with it. And somebody came in. I saw a hand. So you have to be careful. Let people around you know that, hey, I'm doing an interview right now. I cannot be disturbed. So, just lock yourself away. Angelo, thanks.
Thank you very much, Craig. Now, it's up to all of you out there on Zoom and even those in here amongst us to vote. We all know already that they have the capability and the qualifications to be astronauts. So we're judging them on what they've stated to us in answering these 4 questions this morning. So, if you think that our first candidate well, in alphabetical order, please raise your hand, first candidate. It's Danique. Yes, it's Danique. I know that. If you think Danique should go on that spaceship, raise your hand. In here you can raise, and on screen you can do the raise hand feature, and our technical people will do the counting. Raise it swiftly. We'll give you 2 seconds. Please put down your hands now. You think they're still raising? Okay. Anyone in here raising hands? Can we have a counter, please, in here?
4. There are 4 in here.
And you're making a note of it. 6. Very good. Can we put down raised hands on Zoom now? Okay, so our second candidate, Michaela McLean. Hands in here, please, and raised hands on Zoom. Don't raise your hand for more than 1, please. Very good. Do we have the on-screen total? Coming, okay. We'll be adding them to this total. Now,
7.
We don't want to give it away, so no shouting out, please. Okay. Hands down for everyone on Zoom. Now, Tevon Thompson, candidate number 3. Raise hands on screen, please. Why not? Very good, Tevon. You get 1 more vote at least. And you caught in here. Very good. Zoom hands. Hands down now on Zoom. Final candidate, number 4, Alexander Warren. Hands up on Zoom and hands up in here, please. Okay, very good. We're getting there. And I think our final number will come from our technical team, Crystal Clear, who are tallying everything. and I will give our guest presenter, Mr. McNally, the honor of announcing who is going to space. Oh, he's gone for the ticket, I think. Oh, he's gone to tally the final numbers. Now, I don't get a vote, but if a deciding vote is needed, I will vote. Do we? Okay. We're doing this technologically. And what okay.
All right, so we have the results. And I just want to say that we at NASA just really excited that we were able to partner with Angela and Hart NSTA Trust to get this interview process going. And we really look forward to working with this candidate. A big congratulations to Michaela McLean. You are the winner, Michaela. Big up yourself, Michaela. Big up yourself. Okay, thanks, Angela.
Thank you all. You all did a wonderful job. And guess what? We have 3 extra seats. You're all going. Okay? All 4 of you. Okay. Thank you all very much. I hope you got something out of, how to approach an online interview. There's a lot more to it, but you can read. Thank you.
I am ready for my online interview now. Let me tell you, someone will laugh after me. Big parish manager and can't manage your online interview. But that was really wonderful. That was really wonderful, right? Put your hands together, man, for that experience. I know for some of us, especially persons who are in the virtual space, I see persons on Facebook, prospective trainees, persons who want to further develop themselves. I know this was a great experience for you. So I have a giveaway. I don't have it right here, but we have some giveaways. It will reach the person. It will be given to the person soon. So this question is for my viewers that are on Zoom, and we can possibly facilitate persons that are on Facebook. I want you to tell me 3 things you should not do when you have an online interview. 3 things. The first person that answers will receive a nice water bottle branded Heart NSTA Trust National. Why not laugh? I think that is a wonderful gift. We have to stay healthy in all of this. If you are not healthy, you cannot reach your goals. And so we are helping you to stay healthy by giving you a nice water bottle. All right? Possibly we can, I don't know, Mr. Morris, I don't know if we can get another gift to put in, Probably a 2 penny or something. But I'm saying, we have a nice water bottle for you, and that is the question. Just name 3 things you should not do when you are participating in an online interview. I want to thank Miss, can you tell us your wonderful name? It is what? De Freitas? I'm saying it right? I don't need to twist my tongue or do anything weird. Yeah, it sounds like one of those names, De Freitas, or you have to do something nice. Thank you very much for that. I know persons were truly informed and will better manage themselves when they are participating in online interviews. So, I know we have been here from morning. So who say amen down there? Yeah, man, and I know my online viewers, you have been tuning in from morning. Those on Zoom, I watch the number going up and down. And I know that every time it goes down, is somebody going to go buy something. You know? Or that's a sandwich, somebody eating a sandwich. So we're just up on lunchtime. There's a song that I like to sing, you know. And I heard the amen, so it will just work out. If you're hungry and you know it, say amen. Amen. If you're hungry and you know it, say amen. Amen. If you're hungry and you know it, and you really want to show it. If you're hungry and you know it, say amen. Amen. All right, so at this time, we are going to break for just about 45 minutes. About 45 minutes for lunch. All right? So I am going to pray to bless the meal that will be served. We will break, and then we should, let me give you a time. We should start to rejoin at about 1:30, thereabout, about 1:30. All right, 1:30. All right, so let us pray. Kind, compassionate Father who art in heaven, thank you for life. Thank you for waking us up this morning. Lord, at this time, I want you to bless the food that we're about to eat. Help it to do good to our bodies. I pray in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. All right. So see you, all my online viewers, persons on Facebook, persons on Zoom. We will see you back at 1:30 p.m. God bless.
Book to you called Explore.
NSTA Trust, Ebony Park Academy, where we are passionate about training, human capital development, nation building, and economic growth. Journey with me today as I take you through some of the skill areas that are offered at this institution. Today, we'll be highlighting some very interesting programs that our youth are engaged in. And so, you'll see youth in action in the areas of landscaping, turf management, mixology, tractor operations, and agri-food processing.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Foster, and I am a trainee at the Ebony Park Academy, and I am completing agri-food processing level 2. Now, I would love to show you what we do here on a typical day at the processing plant. So today we're making some sorrel jelly. Now, the sorrel has been received from the farm and pre-processed for production and placed into the cold room. Now, the steps that we'll be taking are taking the sorrel from out of the cold room. We will be weighing the additives. We will be sanitizing the packaging materials. We'll be also cooking the sorrel into the steam kettle for a stipulated time frame, filling and covering the jars, followed by labeling and sealing of the jars. And then now we'll be placing those jars into the finished goods storage area. So after production now, we'll be doing some post-process checks to ensure that everything was done smoothly.
Hi, my name is Rochelle Gooden. I am enrolled in the Turf Management Level 3 program at the Ebony Park Hart NSTA Academy. Today, we will be conducting landscaping activities such as pruning, painting, weeding, edging, scalping, and so much more.
My name is Abigail Graham. I'm a level 3 food and beverage trainee at the Ebony Park Academy, and I'll be your mixologist today. I'll be making a strawberry pina colada.
My name is Shuain Bell, and I'm the crop demonstrator here at the Ebony Park Art Academy. Before I became a demonstrator, I had to do General Agriculture Level 2, and I also did Turf Management Level 3. In both of these courses, it was required of me to learn how to operate the tractor. With tractor and with every other clusters, we had to do safety first. And also with the tractor, as it regards to safety, we had to do what is called a pre-operational check, wherein we walk around the tractor and ensure that there aren't any oil puddles on the ground that indicates that there is some leakage on the tractor. Check if there is any broken wires, check the oil level, and everything that has to do with the tractor while the tractor is being operated. In safely mounting the tractor, we have to do what we call a 2 and 1 foot way, which we hold onto the rail with both hands and 1 foot at a time, and until we successfully and safely mount the tractor.
Hi, good day. My name is Kendrick Williams, and I'm the manager here at the Hart NSTA Trust, Falmouth campus. We're excited today to introduce you to the campus and also to speak about the programs that we offer to our trainees. So Hart Northern Tibet Institute offers several programs. As a matter of fact, we are known as the engineering hub of the North Coast. Today, I'm excited to also speak about the focus for Youth Month. Today, we'll be looking at 4 programs specifically, and you'll be getting an opportunity to see our trainees in action as they display their skills, as they display their talents, and also what they have been learning at Hart NSTA Trust. Trainees in the food and beverage maitre skill area are being prepared and trained for supervisory positions in the food and beverage sector. These trainees are taught how to handle food and safety procedures and hygiene risks. They are also provided with training in specialized service areas such as gueridon and silver service, how to plan, prepare, and display buffets, maintain workplace relations, and manage human resources.
Hi, my name is Shanalee McLeod. I'm a part of the Food and Beverage Maitre program here at the Falmouth Institution. And today I will be showing you how to do a table setting for a 3-course meal. When placing our items on the table, we have to make sure that they are properly positioned. After finishing your cover, you place your centerpiece at the center of the table and place your salt and pepper set at the center of the table before your centerpiece in front of the cover. And that is how you set a table for a 3-course meal.
Trainees in the plumbing level 2 skill area are taught how to plan for different aspects of the plumbing job specification, installation procedures, and also general job functions of a plumber. These trainees are involved in practical activities which include installation of plumbing fixtures and equipment, piping and tubing installation, roughing in of plumbing fixtures, installation of basic waste and drainage systems, and maintenance of plumbing systems.
Hi, my name is Miguel Peter King. I'm currently a student here at the Falmouth campus where I'm doing plumbing. Today I will be showing you 3 ways of joining copper pipe. We have soldering, flaring, and compression.
Trainees in the electrical installation level 2 are taught the concept of planning for different aspects of the electrical installation job procedure. These trainees are involved in practical areas which include conduit and trunking installation, installation of lighting and plug circuits, and installation of different motor control circuits to include testing of electrical installation and basic electrical maintenance. Trainees in the electrical installation level 3 skill area are taught how to carry out supervisory work of the electrical installation job function. Trainees are exposed to occupational health and safety practices in their field. They are also exposed to the use and care of hand and power tools, the concept of planning and coordinating different aspects of the electrical installation job, electrical installation standards and specifications, installation in practical activities to include PLC programming, testing and inspection of electrical installation, and also diagnosis and troubleshooting of faults in electrical circuits and machines.
Hi, my name is Rico Coach. I'm currently a student at the Vocational Center of Falmouth campus undergoing the Level 3 Installation course. We're currently at the Black Wind Community Center where we are undergoing an electrical project. We're doing some new installations as well as, so some repairs to what has been here before. It has been a combination of the Level 3 and the Level 2 team here at HEART. So far what we have done here is that we have done installation of 20 plugs and 22 lights within the building, which is connected to a 16-way panel. With our lighting, we have installed a total of 3 circuits, 2 of which are for the inside and 1 circuit which is totally on the outside. And we have 5 circuits for our plugs. Our Level 2 team was very diligent in, of course, ensuring that the building was properly prepped for installation, such as cutting off walls, ensuring that all the plugs and the lighting areas were set and prepared for their installation.
I hope that as you view, you will be so impressed that you think about training, and you also encourage others to think about training at HEART, and specifically HEART NSTA Falmouth TVET Institute.
NSTA Trust International
forged this partnership with Heart Trust,
geared towards employment opportunities for young people.
There are many, many opportunities.
We are charged with having a series of these Get Hard events that will afford the young people opportunities to gain work. We have empowerment sessions with the young people where we take them through interviewing skills, techniques, get them, confident in how they present themselves, assist them with writing their resumes, and teach them about all the different requirements in getting the job.
we know you are work ready.
We know that you are ready.
What is for you will be for you.
Opportunity is somewhere.
We want you guys to bring your first and best foot forward.
There is still hope.
We are Supreme Audio and Electronics, the Caribbean Society of HR Professionals, Value Added Services Limited,
Business Intelligence Holdings,
Restaurants of Jamaica Limited. My name is Lorraine Robinson. I represent High-Low Food Stores. I think it's a good job that Heart Trust is doing along with Princess Trust, and we do look forward to participating in the future.
My name is Shauna K. Ingram, and I'm a graduate of a Heart Trust NTA program. Thanks to the Heart Trust NTA, I'm now hired.
My name is Al Brissett, graduate of Heart. It's a wonderful opportunity being here.
My name is Carona Lewis. I was trained with Heart Trust NTA in the field of business administration. I find this event to be great. I'm enjoying myself. I had a couple of interviews that I'm super confident about.
Each and every one of you.
Skill is power. You've got this.
Hi, welcome to the National Tool and Engineering Institute of Heart NSTA Trust, where we are excited to train individuals in an effort to develop the human capital of our country. This feature will introduce you to a few of the skills taught here at the National Tool and Engineering Institute. They include welding, industrial electrical maintenance, and air conditioning and refrigeration repairs. Within the welding field, trainees are taught to set up and pull down welding equipment safely. They are also taught a variety of welding processes, which includes gas metal arc welding, gas tungsten arc welding, and manual metal arc welding. Trainees within the electrical field learn to isolate, test, and fit up a variety of electrical components. These components include solenoids, heating elements, and sensors. Within the air conditioning and refrigeration field, trainees are taught the general maintenance procedures for air conditioning and refrigeration equipment. They will learn about various maintenance schedules, how to troubleshoot various components, and how to repair a lot of air conditioning and refrigeration units.
Hi, my name is Daniel Williams and I attend National Tools and Engineering Institute. I am currently doing a course in air conditioning and refrigeration. Today we will be showing how to connect a compressor electrically.
we will be using a 3-in-1 which contains a capacitor, overload and a relay. Afterward, we will show how to charge a system.
Hello, my name is Winston Jennings and I attend the National Tool and Engineering Institute. I'm currently enrolled in the Industrial Electronics course, and today I'm going to demonstrate how to set up a motor control circuit involving 2 water pumps. In this circuit, it involves 2 timers that are set at different intervals. It's based on the pumps we're using. One's a positive displacement pump and the other is a centrifugal pump. The first pump, that's pump number 1, it will have a longer time interval because it pumps at a slower rate, and the second pump, that's a centrifugal pump, it will set at a shorter duration because it pumps a lot faster.
My name is Karim Archer and I'm from the National Tools and Engineering Institute. I am currently a student doing welding, and today I will be demonstrating the fabrication of a jack stand using the MIG welding process. This is the blueprint that we are working with to fabricate the jack stand, and here you have the main support, the legs and the extension. Now we're going to turn the tie bar and the legs to hold it in place.
This is just a few of the skills offered here at NTI. I encourage you to sign up, participate, and get involved in any skills that suits you.
Hi, my name is Calvin Weiss, Institution Manager at the Heart NSTA Trust, Ebony Park Academy, where we are passionate about training, human capital development, nation building, and economic growth. Journey with me today as I take you through some of the skill areas that are offered at this institution. Today, we'll be highlighting some very interesting programs that our youth are engaged in. And so, you'll see youth in action in the areas of landscaping, turf management, mixology, tractor operations, and agri-food processing.
Hi, my name is Nicholas Foster and I am a trainee at the Ebony Park Academy, and I am completing agri-food processing level 2. Now, I would love to show you what we do here on a typical day at the processing plant. So today we're making some sorrel jelly. Now the sorrel has been received from the farm and pre-processed for production and placed into the cold room. Now the steps that we'll be taking are taking the sorrel from out of the cold room. We will be weighing the additives. We will be sanitizing the packaging materials. We'll be also cooking the sorrel into the steam kettle for a stipulated time frame, filling and covering the jars, followed by labeling and sealing of the jars. And then now we'll be placing those jars into the finished goods storage area. So after production now, we'll be doing some post-process checks to ensure that everything was done smoothly.
Hi, my name is Rochelle Gooden. I am enrolled in the Turf Management Level 3 program at the Ebony Park Heart NSTA Academy. Today, we will be conducting landscaping activities such as pruning, painting, weeding, edging, scalping, and so much more.
My name is Abigail Graham. I'm a level 3 food and beverage trainee at the Ebony Park Academy, and I'll be your mixologist today. I'll be making a strawberry pina colada.
My name is Shane Bell, and I'm the crop demonstrator here at the Ebony Park Art Academy. Before I became a demonstrator, I had to do General Agriculture Level 2, and I also did Turf Management Level 3. In both of these courses, it was required of me to learn how to operate the tractor. With tractor and with every other clusters, we had to do safety first. And also with the tractor, as it regards to safety, we had to do what is called a pre-operational check, wherein we walk around the tractor and ensure that there aren't any oil puddles on the ground that indicates that there is some leakage on the tractor. Check if there is any broken wires, check the oil level, and everything that has to do with the tractor while the tractor is being operated. In safely mounting the tractor, we have to do what we call a 2 and 1 foot way, which we hold onto the rail with both hands and 1 foot at a time, and until we successfully and safely mount the tractor.
Hi, good day. My name is Kedrick Williams, and I'm the manager here at the Heart NSTA Trust, Falmouth campus. We're excited today to introduce you to the campus and also to speak about the programs that we offer to our trainees. So Heart Northern Tibet Institute offers several programs. As a matter of fact, we are known as the engineering hub of the North Coast. Today, I'm excited to also speak about the focus for Youth Month. Today we'll be looking at 4 programs specifically, and you'll be getting an opportunity to see our trainees in action as they display their skills, as they display their talents, and also what they have been learning at Heart NSTA Trust. Trainees in the food and beverage maitre d' skill area are being prepared and trained for supervisory positions in the food and beverage sector. These trainees are taught how to handle food and safety procedures and hygiene risks. They are also provided with training in specialized service areas such as Guerdon and Silver Service, how to plan, prepare, and display buffets, maintain workplace relations, and manage human resources.
Hi, my name is Shanalee McLeod. I'm a part of the Food and Beverage Maitre d' program here at the Falmouth Institution. And today I will be showing you how to do a table setting for a 3-course meal. When placing our items on the table, we have to make sure that they are properly positioned.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. You should sound way more lustily because you've eaten and I have not. So, whilst I have an excuse to sound droopy, you have absolutely none. So if you feel a little bit of that, what we call niggeritis, sorry to all the black people who may be on Zoom listening, but we call it niggeritis. Just stand up and stretch. No, but then, Mrs. Somebody give me the look like I'm into this cheesecake. I'd love to be into this cheesecake, but so important is this part of the presentation. It's probably the best part of your day. What you call entertainment, what for some of us is a career. It is for some of us our brand. Culture and entertainment is my brand. And so I absolutely hate it when people are eating and people are performing. But because Heart Trust is such a polite space, you will take your eyes away from the plate for a minute and you will pay attention to what is happening. Good afternoon, those of you who are in Zoom land. Welcome back. By the way, my name is Colleen Douglas. I am not the entertainment, even though you might have thought so for a minute. No. I'm Colleen Douglas. I'm the Director of Marketing and Communications at the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts. They've taught me to say that in one breath. And I am only introducing this student because he's among some very special students that we have at the college. Now, I met a young man who is into his cheesecake who said, you know that Edna was my first choice. The unfortunate truth is, it is a lot of people's first choice. But the unfortunate truth is, our parents, some members of society, not really rate artists, so they will not send them to Edna. But I say to you, you can come to the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts even while you are doing culinary arts and do short courses so you can engage that part of your brain some more and even develop a new skill. So I'm introducing a student to you. His name is Damani Hughes. We have some deaf students at Edna Manley College in the School of Dance, and he's one of them. He wants to be the world's first deaf choreographer. And so he's there doing his certificate in dance, and he's here to share with you. I've explained to the sound guys, because he's deaf, he's not hearing, but he relies on the vibration, and so as loud as we can get it, it will help him. So please forgive us for the heavy noise you might hear, but he needs that to perform. And we don't cheer because you know what to do, see? So please help me welcome Damani Hughes.
You're broken down and tired of living life on the merry-go-round, and you can't find a fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out. Move mountains, we gon' walk it out and move mountains. And I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. And I'll rise up, I like the waves. I'll rise up, in spite of the ache. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. The silence isn't quiet, and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe. And I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll take the world to its feet. Move mountains, bring it to its feet. Move mountains, and I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day. I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid. I'll rise up, and I do it 1,000 times again. All we need is hope, and for that we have each other, and for that we have each other. And we will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Oh, we'll rise. I'll rise up, rise like the day. I'll rise up, in spite of the ache. I will rise 1,000 times again, and we'll rise up. I like the waves. We'll rise up, in spite of the ache. We'll rise up,
This one is a new one. How we do it? Yeah. All right, we want to thank the Edna Manley College. You want to help me out with the rest, ma'am? You did it so wonderfully. You see, you told me the full name and you say I should just repeat it. Say it to me and let me just repeat it. Let me see how brief.
1, 2.
Yes.
The Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts is the first and remains the only one of its kind in the English-speaking Caribbean. You may check us out at amc.edu.jm on website or call us at 619-3362. That's 619-EDNA. Have a wonderful afternoon, my friends.
You know I'm not going to repeat all of that. All right, thank you very much for coming. So we are back up and running. Our engine is back up for those persons who attend Jagas, for those persons who attended Derrick Rochester and did a course in motor vehicle engine systems. You know about the engines and the different power that these engines have. Today we are running a K24 or a K20. Today we are also we are running a 2JZ turbocharge. You see, most of you don't even know about these things. But just by the sound of it, you know it's dangerous on the road. And so we want to ensure that our viewers online, our viewers who are here at the Pegasus, that you are receiving information that will truly inspire and help you to move forward as it relates to career choices. So we had wonderful presentations this morning. What do you say? Somebody say amen, because I go to church. What do you say? No, you hear that sign, you know, say amen to come after. Even if you're not here, not what we said before, once a year, what do you say? You say what? Amen. Those online, amen. And we want to continue on that lovely path. For those who are just joining us today, we celebrate our Careers Week and some of the activities that surround that. Today is our National Career Conference coming to you under the theme Career Development, Building Resiliency and Skills for the Future of Work. Earlier I asked a question. Name 3 things you should not do in an online interview. And on Facebook, we found our winner. I wonder if you hear. I said on Facebook, we found our winner. I hope she's still viewing. I hope she's still online. Now, I don't know if I'm pronouncing the name properly, but I think it is Tessady Robinson. All right, nobody now got answer in here, but on Facebook, I hope she's responded. Come see everybody, I look around like, oh, your name, sir? No, on Facebook. All right, the answers, she provided 3 answers. She said, meeting in a loud area, showing up late, or participating in the interview in a clustered area. Those were 3 good answers. I want you to put your hands together for her. She will be receiving her water bottle. Nice water bottle branded Heart NSTA Trust, National Services Training Agency. What a prize. I wish I had a water bottle. May I start bad mind or no? You know? But big up Miss Robinson. Now, we're going to move right along with our program. And our next presenter is a strategist, an experienced professional in education. Her name is Dr. Merritt Henry. Miss Dr. Henry has over 35 years of experience in educational administration and human resource development, a pioneer in career development in the Caribbean. Dr. Henry holds a PhD in career and technical education. Listen to the focus, with a focus on dysfunctional career thinking. Boy, I would want to hear a little bit about that. Dysfunctional career thinking. She is currently the founding manager / CEO of MLH Career Solutions, which had its genesis in January 2018. There's so much more I could say about Dr. Henry, but I'm going to allow you to see the professional that she is through the presentation that she will make. Time is against us, so I won't speak much longer. So at this time, I want you to put your hands together as Dr. Merritt Henry comes to the lectern. Dr. Henry.
Like to stick to the platform or the podium, but as you have heard, I would be presenting. Can we have the topic on the screen, please? And I should say I'm very happy to see my colleagues, and indeed I have a past student over there, Dr. Howard Harvey, and I'm very happy to see him. Can we have the... It's on? Yes. Thank you. Good. So can we have the topic on the screen, please? Rethinking, reimagining, and reinventing self for post-retirement. And when we hear the word retirement, some of us get, afraid. Some of us think that, oh, this will not happen to me because I am now 30 or 40, and it's so far away, right? But we're going to be going through as quickly as possible. I have a little outline. It's very important to know what is retirement, for us to look at a brief history of retirement. We'll explain retirement, spend a little time on that. We'll also look at one or two studies and look at the traditional retirement that we have, look at some implications. Then we will go into rethinking, reimagining, reinventing self. And by so doing, we will know if we are ready. We also have a Supers Carrying Rainbow, which we will discuss, and we look at the 8 keys for success. Dessler, 2000, defines retirement as the point at which a person gives up one's work, usually between the ages at 60 and 65 years. Do you think that this is a good definition? Those of us on Zoom and those of us sitting in, you notice it was a 2000 definition, and we still use it today. Do you think this is a good definition? 60 and 65. I was going to ask Dr. Marshall to stand for us and look at her. She is considered to be maybe retired, So we will, some of us said no. And yes, there are some persons who say that they have not retired. They are semi-retired, or, so it's true that we cannot use age solely to determine if in today's age, today's time, to determine if one is retired. And then dictionary gives it different types of dictionaries define it narrowly. It says that the action or fact of leaving one's job and ceasing to work. And I'm an example. I have not ceased working, although I might scale down. Right? So here again is another definition that we have that might not be appropriate. Right? And here, right at the beginning of the history for retirement, work until you die, there are some persons who will work until they die. Or until you can't work anymore. And I can remember a few years ago, there was this janitor who had reached retirement age. And he had gotten some overtime, so probably he was about 70. But he spent many years on the job in this organization. And he was in charge of a building, so he would be like a caretaker. He lived all the way down, Augustown. I'm not going to be calling any names. Then he would walk up to you every morning, and he would be in charge of that place. Nobody could do anything that he believed that they shouldn't do. He had taken full responsibility for all his work in life for this place. And now the time had come for him to retire. One would believe that he would be maybe glad to go and take his little pension and, at home taking care of grandchildren or spending some time with his wife. No. Every morning, and because I'm in this business, I noticed every morning religiously, he still walked up to the SCR on campus and was there till what they had to do was to give him a little vegetable plot that he would work in. And for years, he kept on going to work and back. Right? So I say this to say that sometimes there are, which we will come into, but there are issues that relate to retirement, if we can call it retirement, when persons are maybe not prepared, and that there are psychological issues, economic issues, and other issues. So we cannot have these narrow definitions, as it were, and that's why the discussion today will be good. So until the late 19th century, that was the old age plan for the bulk of the world's workers. That was the old age plan for the bulk of the world's worker, where you would, retire at a certain time. That meaning they work until you die, right? In 1889, Germany introduced modern pensions as we know them today, right? The idea of providing financial security for aged gradually caught on the and this expanded in Europe, in the USA, UK, and other developed economies. Now, in my research, I have found that there are several studies that have been done on retirement, and WIS is 2005 is one of the person who has done some work. He looks at what are the financial implications of retirement. He has looked at the social implications and what makes a good retirement, right? So if you want to do further study, then you will be able to at least use this person as a reference. Move on for me, please. Thank you. Now, defining retirement can be surprisingly difficult, as I started to say. There are, in general, 3 approaches, and we says I call them the economic, the psychological, and the sociological. You notice that man there? Which of them you think he is? You think he looks like he's economically ready, don't it? He's just by the sea, enjoying his earned money and that sort of thing, seemingly healthy, good mind. And when we come to look at what are some of the, good points about retirement, I think he would fall in that category. Can we move on, please? Right, so let us look at the economic. It assumes that a person older than his or her mid-50s is retired if he or she does not work, or at least does not work for money. And this, again, has its weakness because it ignores the concept of early retirement, part-time employment, older people looking for employment. So older than the mid-50s is retired, and we are looking now at persons retiring at 60, 65, 70, and recently in Jamaica, remember we're trying to make civil servants move up from 60 to 65, and in some other organizations, I suspect it's more than that, probably in the private sector. Right. No. And there are many of us who still are in part-time employment or if not part-time, but partial employment. And then you have people who are looking for employment after they have reached this age as well. So this would not be a good way to define economic retirement. Then there's a psychological. Probably the gentleman I mentioned would fall under psychological. You are retired if you think you are. Over 80 years, still worked 40 hours, writing and publishing, not sure if they are. This is a gentleman who was a lecturer at an institution. He started writing after he retired, and so he spends up to 40 hours per week or more, still writing, still publishing, and he is not sure that he is retired. He doesn't think that he is retired. So it's psychological. Although he's 80, he's still active and working. Sociological. You are retired if you have left your career and occupy a social niche in which it is socially acceptable to be without work. I guess this has to do with some voluntary, organization and volunteering, and you are retired if others see you as retired. Right? And there are some people who even on the job where we see them as retired. Or, especially when we are in this, like nearing to the retirement, and in some career theories that we have, we talk about decline and you reach your maturity, and then when you start to decline and so on, you level off. And there are some persons we have seen who, so what happened to him? But him used to be doing so well, and him used to do this, but him not doing... Is it the same man that we're looking at and so on? We reach that peak and then we start to decline. Or is it that because we are nearing that, then sociologically we think that we should just behave like that? So there can be conflicts between the way others view our status and how you view it yourself. Right? So some people might view us as retired, but you might not view yourself as retired. Okay? Good. So we just can't say retirement is between 60 and 70 or 60 and 65. Then we came across also the same person who is saying that he could look at 5 types of retirement. The traditional retirement, early retirement, temporary retirement, semi-retirement, and mini-retirement, right? Early retirement, we are sure about that. Temporary retirement, how can we explain that? It's what?
I don't know. That one and the mini one.
And the mini one is questionable, right? But the temporary, I guess that has to do with somebody who probably was out of the workforce, and then for a while you might consider that person to be retired, especially if they're a certain age, and then they go back out into the workforce. All right? But we are going to be focusing on like the traditional retirement, because next slide please, because this is the one that I think we are more accustomed to in our society. The age determine the retirement, right? 60 to 70 years old, depending on the labor laws of the country. And then within this this type of retirement, there are benefits like the pension and the insurance, but and other benefits that organizations might give. And probably my age and older always say, well, I pay my pension and they can survive off it. And so we still have some who are surviving off their pension. But we have a new generation now who, based on what is happening in the world of work, they are not waiting for a pension. They will set up a pension scheme with an investment company, and then they go where the job is or where the vacancy is, whether it is here or Dubai, and then they will set up their own pension scheme. right? So this is fast disappearing. And especially when we hear about contracts, when we hear about persons who 1 year contract, 2 year contract, 6 months contract, things like those. So pension and the traditional retirement would not fall into that. And that is why you have to make your own arrangement and ensure that you have your pension set up, right? And then these persons nowadays, they're also focusing on entrepreneurship, self-employment, starting business. We heard persons mention about earlier, this guy who, like Khalil, who is now has her own business and she's earning X amount, and others who work online and so on and so forth. And of course, the high level of unemployment. If there's a high level of unemployment, then of course the pension, there's no pension there unless you're going to be setting it up for yourself. And if you're not working, then you don't have the money enough to go around to that. Right, so that's it for the traditional. But what are some of the implications of retirement or for retirement? Right, we have here financial, we have health, financial. Of course, if you are unable, if you did not plan your finances properly, if you were unemployed and so on and so forth, an implication would be, the negative would be what is there, like the security will not be there. But then the opposite to that is that financial security could also be there. And then you would be sitting by the ocean and drinking your thing and allowing your investment to work for you. And then for that, you should ensure that, of course, if you're retiring at the traditional age, that you don't have a mortgage. But some of us are waiting on the pension to buy the house. We don't have school fees. Some of us start having children when we are 50, and then they have to go to university at a certain time, especially us males, right, etc. So the financial planning must come in place, and some of the things that we do and the decisions that we make must be, we must be thinking ahead. Begin to think now for retirement. It is said that from the very first day that you start to work, then you should be thinking about your retirement. It's not how much you put in, but how often you put in and you don't go back to take it out. All right? And then another big part of it is managing leisure. Obviously, my man from Augustine did not know anything about leisure and was not managing his leisure. And many of us, we have been so accustomed to work all over our 30-odd years working life, that when we now have a little leisure, a little time, we don't know how to utilize it, how to relax. Yes, that is lacking, because all the people you had, the friends you had were at work, and now you are left alone because you are no longer there. You may need to retool, because you might need to enter another career. You might need to do some part-time thing, right? So retooling could be necessary. Discovering yourself. Who am I? Right? So this is a time to reflect. One of the implications is a time to reflect. A sense of loneliness, and you mentioned that, sir, where, children grow up, gone. Without your time at work. Yeah, not used to be a safe place. Or some of them might have passed on, so you're alone. Or you can't go about too often, go look for the girlfriend because she knows you're not going to work, right? So all of that. And she might still be working. You have to go cook until she come home, right? Lack of importance and sense of belonging. Yeah, when you are at work, that is my car park. Yes. My car. This is my place for my car to park. Some of us even have a one bathroom, right? And then, you have to leave all of this behind. If you were not thinking ahead, and if you were not preparing for it, and all of a sudden this thing happens, do you know how, you might not know how to respond and how to react to that. And I am going back to again, I remember a situation where there was this lady, her retirement had come, she got an extra year, or maybe 2, and there was somebody within the organization who was recruited and was successful to take over from her from another department. And would you believe the lady would not take her things out of her desk? She would not remove the sweater from over her chair, and the other lady was there waiting to take over. And for weeks it was like that. I don't know how it was resolved, but that's a problem. Retirement. All right? Am I ready? Having looked at all the issues, am I ready? Reinventing, reimagining, and rethinking. You have to rethink, right? No. Do a self-analysis. Analyze. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What will you need to be ready? Will you be ready financially, socially, psychologically? Right? If not, where are the gaps? Would be a bit late now to know the gaps, right? But at the same time, we still have to rethink and reimagine. What are your interests, your values, your abilities? And that's where the retooling would come in, the entrepreneurship. You used to make flowers for church and decorate the pew. No, you might have to go into floral arrangement as a job. So your hobby is not turned into a job. Socially, work provides relationship, and we discussed that already. The prestige, the recognition. Determine what is of importance and think about how these will be maintained. What it is, you might have to reduce certain things, make adjustments. You used to drink Hennessy, now you're going to drink Red Stripe beer, right? Things like those. But you're satisfied because you know it was coming and you expected it and you're prepared to cope with it. Or because you did good financial planning, you can drink more than Hennessy, right? Good. Next. Begin to connect with the things that will give you satisfaction and recognition. That is, if you weren't the one you used to get at the workplace, you might want to become a Kiwanian or a lion, or so that you can begin to roar in the club, right? Rather than where you used to work. But or even if you were connected before, some of these persons now turn the level of importance and the recognition that they used to get by doing additional for these things, right? And what came to my mind a while ago is Alumni Association. And I'm a member of the Michael Old Students Association. But that wasn't the reason why I went. I was there before. All right? Begin to connect with the things that will give you satisfaction. Psychologically, reflect and think about the successes and the satisfactions that you have had in life along the way, so that this will bring back and give some level of satisfaction. And here we have family. And you had mentioned the family, your career. These are things that are going to keep you happy now. Some persons turn to gardening. Never used to do gardening before. But there's something about connecting with plants and connecting with nature, right, that they find satisfying. I am now giving away things from my garden, and I enjoy that so much, although it costs me more to prepare it, right, to get it grown and so on, right? Next. Right, so I wanted to share with you Super's Career Rainbow. And if you know this, it is going to help you to cope with retirement. If you have a little background into some aspects of career, what Super says is that a career development has a cycle. And it happens at different stages and ages. For example, the first cycle is 14 and under, and he refers to that as growth. Then after growth comes exploration, 14 to 25. And after exploration, you establish yourself between 25 and 45. You're doing well, you know. You can buy your car and you can have a management position and that sort of thing. But what happens now, 46 to 65, is maintenance. You're doing well. So between, say, 26 up to 65. But what happens at the end there? Disengagement, right? Disengagement, you begin, and it's just not a natural thing that happens. You start to lose focus from, start to disengage, and instead of staying there and embarrassing ourselves, it's best if we begin to disengage psychologically, mentally, physically, and then. But what we must remember too, just go back to that quickly for me. What we must remember too is that along with the career growth, your career growth, other things are happening. And you must do these things too. Don't just do the career growth. You must remember that at various stages, you're a child, you're a student, you're a leisureette, you're a citizen, you're a worker, you're a parent, you're a spouse, you're a homemaker, and you're doing these at different levels of your development, blended with your career. So when the career is finished, at least aspects of that will help you to go along. Next, please. All right? So I have discussed the stages already. Levels of responsibility at various stages, begin to disengage that. In addition, funds will be needed. Retool, turn hobbies into income generating. Next one, please. Next one, please. Right, so 8 keys to a successful retirement life. Having a positive attitude towards your future. A clear vision of the kind of life that you want. A healthy approach to mental and physical aging. Some of us are aged more than our age, right? So a positive definition of work, nurturing family and personal relationships, an active social network, can play some domino or some Scrabble, right? Balanced approach to leisure, maintaining financial comfort. You notice the word financial comfort. All right, and those are the eight keys to successful retirement life. So if you don't remember anything else, then you should try to remember that. And in summary, many definitions of retirement exist, but it's hard to find a realistic one due to the many factors surrounding retirement. Planning is needed for a successful retirement period. Early planning. Retirement has social, psychological, and financial implications. Post-retirement can be a very rewarding and exciting time if we plan well, right? Good. Adjust mentally, psychologically, financially, and socially to the changes which are brought about with retirement. Retirement is a natural stage of a career development process. If we remember this, it's natural. It's going to come. So we must prepare for it, and we must prepare to adjust. All right? So that's the end of my presentation. I hope those here and those persons on Zoom that you have you have benefited from the presentation, and I'm sure there might be some sort of a question. But before I do so, I'll call Mr. Harvey to come forward. He was one of my favorite students, you know. So I'm going to present him with one of my books. I'm frightened, you know, I'm surprised. He can't believe it. Oh, I must give it with my right hand.
All right, put your hands together for Doc. All right. A very informed lady. Thank you very much for the information you disseminated. I'm sure that our audience on Facebook, our audience on Zoom, and the audience right here at the Pegasus truly benefited. In the interest of time, we're going to move into the other presentation on financing higher education. Our next presenter is Miss Carutas. Thank you. I got that right? Miss Carutas, who is the policy analyst at the Jamaica Tertiary Education Commission. Put your hands together for her as she comes.
Thank you very much. What's your name?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to our viewers out there in internet land, Zoom, Facebook, and all the other social media platforms. Thank you for inviting JTEC, Jamaica Tertiary Education Commission, to participate in this event. We are happy to be involved. I'm going to move quickly. We've been asked to present about financing education. I'll just start the presentation while we bring it up in the interest of time. The Jamaica Tertiary Education Commission is an agency of the Ministry of Education. We focus on providing support to institutions and youth towards the pursuit of tertiary education and the development of the sector. The Policy Planning and Research Division manages a number of services in this regard. We have our Ready for Next program. We have the program tuition fee database and the scholarship database. These are products and services that we've put in place to help us, young people, students, to navigate their pursuit of tertiary education. We found this to be necessary because financing tertiary education has always been difficult and is only becoming more difficult. There are a number of expenses that are involved. You have fees, books, transport, insurance, miscellaneous, and a number of other types of expenses that arise in this pursuit to both the student and society. An example of a cost to society is the lost income and the lost time while persons have to study. I'll start with going into detail. Some of this, I wanted to just mention some of the options that youth have. Well, not only youth, anyone who is pursuing tertiary higher education to finance this. Some of the better known options are scholarships, grants, loans, family support. Scholarships are usually related to academic performance, and grants or bursaries are more often not attached to academic performance, but related to just on a needs basis. Loans, the most popular source of loan for tertiary studies, the Student Loan Bureau. And you have many financial institutions and credit unions now that are offering loans for educational loans. If you can just go ahead and press, I started, allow me to pause for a minute. You could pause here. I had, since it's up, the Heart Trust and other institutions, such as the Jamaica Tertiary Education, have supporting tertiary education as a priority because we have, as a goal, as a nation, 37% of the population over 24 years should have a tertiary certification or qualification by 2030. This is in our Vision 2030 document. This is our national development goal. So it's been a challenging area for us. As it is now, we're a few years, less than a decade away from 2030, and we're about 16% of the population has this qualification. 6.4% of the population has a tertiary certificate, and I believe it's 5.3 has a bachelor's, and even less has, this is graduate studies. But not despair, we're working at it, we're making strides, and I know with the secondary school graduates coming on, we will have increased participation in higher education going forward, so these numbers will increase. So please continue pressing, I started. Right, so these are some of the costs that I mentioned. Miscellaneous costs, books, keeps going ahead. Books, fees, boarding, transportation, and they can be quite challenging. I had begun to speak about the different options that you have for financing. Most students use a combination of these options for financing tertiary education. You can get financial institutions, examples of financial institutions like the banks and the credit unions, and student loan bureau would be a government entity. Tertiary institutions give grants and bursaries, and other non-governmental institutions, NGOs and community groups, churches, often provide support to students in their pursuit of tertiary education. There are many challenging areas once you start to consider tertiary education. And in our interaction with students, we find that what they share is that accessing information and navigating processes are two of the more challenging areas for them, such as in the case of accessing information, identifying expenses, understanding the options, finding the sources of funding. It can become very daunting, especially once you type that search into Google and you get that page with hundreds of results. Sometimes it's hard to know even what is legitimate and what's not without guidance. So at JTech, we have a number of programs that we offer, managed, that you can access by calling us, or we advertise when, on social media when we're having iterations to access it. The scholarship database is accessible on our website. If you visit our website, you'll see a link. We'll soon get to the slide where we might be able to open it and have a look. And the program tuition fee database is also accessible via our our website. So the scholarship database and the Ready for Next program is a program, a workshop that we offer. It's about 6 weeks long. It was launched in 2021. We have students. At this point, we collaborate with schools. So we contact schools, and those schools who are aware, so take note and share with anyone if you're interested, or contact us if you are interested in having your youth participate in our Ready for Next workshop. What it is a series of sessions being held since it was launched during the COVID era. They are via Zoom, and we have sessions we go into detail explaining loans, understanding the different types of interest rates, understanding the different types of contracts. We go through the Student Loan Bureau application process in detail, take you to the website. The workshop includes communication classes, practice on interviewing, practice in writing your resume, practice in doing what we call an education plan. So it's a quite detailed workshop that has proven, at least the evaluation process, participants have reported that they have gained immensely from participating in it. So again, if you are interested, you can just contact us and learn of and we will tell you when the next iteration is. Take note of your name, and I can participate as a group as well. So can we go back? Okay, yes, right. I was going to say we're working on having recordings of the Ready for Next to kind of have a self-paced option available on our website. So look out for that on our website soon. So, you know, if you're not able to participate in the workshop officially, you can visit our website and still watch the recording on financing. We have a recording on financing, tertiary education. We have a recording on writing your resume, on and so forth. Please go ahead. So I had mentioned the scholarship database. We have on it, we have 300 scholarships from national and international scholarships. If we could go to the next slide, please. Can we give the link a shot? If it doesn't work, can just take note of that address and visit on your own time. We're hoping to open it so you can see it. He did say that it might not, so if not, we just move on. And I'll just describe it. So what it is, just you'll see the first column is the name of the scholarship. And then as you go along, each column will provide details on the scholarship. What are the requirements to apply, any deadlines, any email addresses, documents that you need, and so forth. So when you visit, that's what you can do a search. To the right of the screen, there's this normal search icon, the magnifying glass. Type in what you're looking for. Like, say you're looking for a scholarship in engineering, type engineering, and you'll get results for scholarships that are pertaining to engineering courses of study. Oh, okay, thanks. I'll continue to speak while he works on that. So the program tuition fee database is very similar to the scholarship database. Here, okay. I see it here, so I guess it will soon come up. Right. So this is our scholarship database. Accessible if you go to jtech.gov.jm, go to our website, you will see one of the links on the I think it's the front page, where you can click for scholarship database and you'll get access to this here, where you, as I was explaining, the first column is the name of the scholarship, and then going across other details about the scholarship, eligibility, the value of it, requirements, deadline, who you should contact for further information, and the website for the school is also there. The program tuition fee database has a similar layout. It is a website that provides information, the fees of programs. We have fees for 25 schools. We continue to update both the program tuition fee database and the scholarship database. So it is, you can rest assured, you can be assured that it is as current data as possible. This is a live project for us. We have officers, as a matter of course, updating the fees So we go on each year as best as much as our human resources allow, permit us to update the fees as quickly as possible. So the fees are current for over 25 schools. I can't remember out of my head. I had on the slide there 195 programs. It's now over 200 programs because we've increased that 22 to 25 schools on the program tuition fee database. So you go on, say, nursing at UA, you'll be able to see that and the fee for that course right there, again, via jtech.gov.jm. So those are some of the types of support that's available to young people. I think I went through the three main ones. You can also generally just email us. And we email our address. It's there on the website. And on our final side, I do believe the PR manager did put our address. So when the PowerPoint comes up, you will see our contact information that you can just contact us if you have a question other than what I've spoken about. And we see how either we can help you or direct you to the appropriate partner. I think JTech TV is where we're going to you'll be able to access the videos that I mentioned for the Ready for Next sessions via JTech TV or via our website as well. Okay, I think that here they are. Thank you. So, the phone number isn't there. I'm kind of old school, but you can contact us through there. And I guess once you Google us, you'll see the phone number come up. I don't want to say the wrong number. Thank you so much for your time. Is this supposed to be questions or comments? Oh.
All right, if there are questions, I want you to write them down, and we'll take them at the end of today's activities, all right? Thank you very much, Ms. Karuta's brilliant presentation. All right, you represented JTech well. All right, thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. All right, again, time is going, and we're moving into our last presentation. And then we will join the various parishes, regions that are hosting the roundtable talk. And that should be extremely interesting to hear all those different perspectives from the entrepreneurs that are speaking. But as I said, we're at our last presentation with a woman that is quite popular in the Jamaican space. She is the CEO for Future Services Limited. There are many things I could say about our final presenter. Some adjectives that come to mind are critical, strategic, creative, inspirational. And so I will not waste any more time with all these words. I'm going to turn her over to you, the one and only Mrs. Yannick Page. Put your hands together for her. Those who are on Zoom, let me see the hand clapping emojis going up. Miss Page, over to you, ma'am.
Oh, well, thank you very much. What a warm greeting that was. Good afternoon to everyone. It is so wonderful to be here. I know that time is going. I know that I'm at the end of the day when the energy is low. And therefore, I'm going to ask you to do something for me very quickly. We're going to reset the brain, right? So if you are in the audience, I'm going to ask you to stand a little bit, shake up yourself, right? If you're at home and watching from Zoom, I need for you to do the same thing. We're going to reset the brain. Just 1 minute of physical activity and movement. You know, spin your roll, give God thanks that you're alive and you're here and that you are able to have all the faculties to be able to hear me. I love that. Thank you so much.
So we are coming here with a force, yeah. Blessings we are reaping, we coursing on full. So in a rise and force, yeah, we give thanks that we need it the most. We have to give thanks that we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all over my life, but thank God for the journey, the earnings, let us for the plus. Yeah. And gratitude fall by my right hand.
All right, you guys can tell I love to dance, right? Blessings fall on our right hand, and we don't rise and just post. We have to give thanks, and that is exactly how I want to get started today. I'm hoping that I'll be able to share my screen with you. I have a fantastic presentation that I would love for you to be able to see. So I'm going to ask if they would allow me to be able to share my screen. I see that host has disabled participant screen sharing. So let me try that one more time. And I believe I have the options now. You see, ask and you shall receive, right? So preparing yourself as an entrepreneur in the gig economy. Let me go to slideshow from beginning. All right. Okay, everyone. So you should all be able to see my screen. And of course, what we're going to talk about is, and these are my presentation, just a quick outline for you, because I want you to have the end in mind, right? So I'm going to just share with you the quick objective, really simple. Then we're going to talk about the future of work and the gig economy. And then we're going to talk about how do you prepare to win? Because I don't just want to share with you the future of work and the gig economy and all of the opportunities. I want to teach you how to win. And I want to teach you how to define that for yourself. So we're also going to leave here with a little bit of a plan, right? Because it doesn't make sense that we get the knowledge and that we don't leave here writing out at least a few steps that we're going to take. Any presentation that you go into and you don't have a few notes about what's next, you know, you wasted your time and the presenter wasted his or her time, and we're not really about the time wasting for 2022. So what is my objective for our time together? It's super short, but we're going to make the best of it. I want to teach you how to win as an entrepreneur in the gig economy. So before I can do that, I want to share with you an entrepreneur who is winning in the gig economy. So this guy that you're looking at, his name is Jack Waller. He is the CEO of a company called Stripe. He's only 27 years old, but he is making waves across the globe. He has formed a company that he says is the easiest way for you to buy Bitcoin, right? I haven't tested it. I'm just telling you about this gentleman. He's been all over the media in recent times. He's especially famous because he helped El Salvador adopt Bitcoin. So El Salvador is one of the few countries around the world that has really adopted Bitcoin, and it's because of this guy in large part. And he's now launching in Argentina. Now, this is a guy, only 27 years old, who started with no money. He don't have any money of his own, but he had an idea. And he went from idea to raising, just last year, he was able to pitch his idea and he was able to raise $3.5 million in seed capital. This young guy at just 27, after just a little bit of time in business, not that long, is now estimated to be worth over $1 million. Money is not always my compass, right? Certainly as an entrepreneur, you need money to be able to advance your own vision and to be, you know, if you don't have money and you're not profitable in what you do, then certainly you're going to be in a situation where you are no longer an entrepreneur, but you are somebody begging at the door of other people to support you. But if money is your objective when you go into business, let me just say that there has never been a better time for young people to be able to start a business with no money, just ideas. Right? And so what's fascinating about this guy is that his company, Strike, is global. This is a global entity. He's been on CNN, MSNBC, he's been on Bloomberg, he's been all over the international media. He has a global company because he's actually, as a 27-year-old, going into these countries and doing so well, right? In this new crypto space. His company has 20 employees. Once upon a time, if you were going to be a global company, your boardroom have to look like this picture. Have to look like you know, a fantabulous boardroom with. Right now, he has fewer employees than this traditional boardroom table would have. I'm going to share something with you that's even more fascinating because he said this recently in a TV interview and the host couldn't stop laughing and neither could I. He said, well, you know, a lot of these people who are talking about him and saying that, you know, well, you know, Bitcoin is going to run its course, and it's something that, you know, for some people, they don't understand it and it's too complex. You know what he said? He said, a lot of these guys are scared because they are competing with me from offices that look like this when I am operating from my closet. Okay, young people, if you're listening to me, older people, middle age, I don't care what age you are. This is a guy who is running a global company. He's doing his interviews from a closet. I want you guys to understand what we talk about when we talk about the future of work and the gig economy and how the world has changed. Once upon a time, you in your closet operating a business, people think that you're a joke. But here it is. This is a screenshot that I took from an actual TV interview. And he said to the interviewer, these guys are complaining because they're spending all these millions of dollars on these expensive office spaces. And here I am operating from my closet. Right? And so with that said, let's talk about what is the gig economy and how can you prepare yourself? And even if all you have is a closet to operate from, how will that give you an advantage? And isn't it wonderful to know that you don't actually have to have a physical space, that you can literally operate from your closet if you need to? So the gig economy is about where we are with the future of work in terms of how it is that work is set up in an independent way. Work is now remote. It is usually part-time, digital, temporary, on demand, which means that people want you to do short-term things that are on demand, and everything moves so fast. This is what the gig economy is. Let me give you an example of what that means for a Jamaican young woman. Well, I'm not even that young like you folks anymore. But what does that mean for your fellow Jamaican, like me, right? So I am currently in Kingston, Jamaica. And earlier this year, I was contacted to do training, facilitation in networking for Google. So last night at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I did my first training for Google. This morning, I did another training because the batches, it's international people, right? So you have people from Indonesia, Egypt, China, all over the world, Kenya, Mexico. It's a beautiful melting pot of people. And here it is that me, the trainer, the facilitator from Kingston, Jamaica, I think I was the only Caribbean person there, right? But I'm the trainer, I'm the facilitator. And I had to spend some time not just teaching them about networking, but I had to share my own personal testimonial. Now, I did that with just my laptop from Jamaica. Google, you see how this huge company, but everything was super fast, right? They came at me from early January, Yannick, this is what we want. Can you do this? And I said, okay, well, let me think about it. Let me get some ideas together. We meet again. It's a gig. There's no permanence with me working with Google, right? But it's really fast. It's on demand. It's remote. I did everything for them digitally. I didn't have to physically travel anywhere. And let me tell you, it's doing what I love, and I got paid very well to do it. And I have several more sessions like that. So if that sounds exciting to you, if success for you means you get a chance to do what you love from the comfort of your home, then I have some good news to share. So pay attention, get your notebook, get your pen out, because I need for you to take some notes. Take out your phone, take screenshots if you need to, and please get your questions ready for me, because I don't want at the end of this session, you don't have any questions for me. Because if you have questions for me that you need to pose after, it's going to come at a cost, right? Because we are in the gig economy and time is money. All right, so let's move on. The first thing I want to share with you is that the gig economy has been impacted by the 2020 global pandemic. It was declared in 2020. It is a crisis like no other. If you are serious about being an entrepreneur, if you're serious about being a business person, if you're serious about working in the next 20, 30 years, you need to pay attention to this slide. Because what I have highlighted here for you is every major recession that the world has had since 1918, the last 100+ years. So I went back 100 years, mainly because the last major pandemic like this was in 1920, when we had 1918 Spanish flu, and it didn't end until 1920. So 1918 is also when we had the Great Depression after World War I. And then we've had several crises since. What has happened is that with every crisis, the world changes. The last major crisis before we had what is now called the Great Lockdown was the global financial crisis of 2008. I don't know if you guys know and understand how world crises affect Jamaica, but let me just tell you this. It took Jamaica, well, it took the US 8 years to get out of that crisis. And that great financial meltdown only lasted 1 year. We are now going into year 3 of this pandemic. When we had that great financial meltdown, the global economy shrunk by only 1%. And it took America 8 years to get out of that. It took Jamaica 9 years to get out of it. So I can tell you, and I said it before, I remember when I first said this on TV, there were all kind of people saying, oh, Yannick is being a little pessimistic. I said to people, the effects of this pandemic will haunt us for years to come. It will haunt us for years to come, because if it took us 8 years to get out, 9 years actually, to get out of the economic grips of what was only a 1% shrink in the global economy, and in 2020, the global economy shrunk by 5, almost 6%, then what is that going to mean for Jamaica? When are we going to see 2019 levels? And so I put this slide here for you to realize that the world has changed forever. Every major recession results in significant change, positive and negative. And usually, especially after a pandemic, the effects have been quite negative. So you have to get yourself in the mindset that the world has changed. And you need to say, okay, the way for me to win is to really plan for the future. It's super important to plan for the future, all right? So I'm just looking at the comments as we go along. I like to be interactive. You can drop your comments there. I promise you I will read them. I'm looking forward to them. Don't be shy. There are no right or wrong answers. I like to be as positive as possible. So let me talk about what kinds of opportunities we saw coming out of crisis. And I want you to get into that mindset of, well, when a crisis ends, where's the next opportunity? Because that's where the smart people, the innovative people, the super entrepreneurs, that's where they start to go. So let me give you an example. Vacation rentals took off with what? Airbnb. Everybody know about Airbnb? It's a company that was co-founded by a young guy named Brian Chesky. I had the pleasure of meeting him a few years ago at the Global Entrepreneurship Summit. So humble. When you meet some of these superstars who are like so wealthy, it's amazing because they're so humble and so willing to share. And he shared something with me that I'm going to share with you a little bit later on, but it's one of the best lessons ever. But the long and short of it is Airbnb was started to help people who needed a place to stay in a location that was not necessarily their hometown and needed an affordable way to do it because hotels were too expensive, because the US had just gone through this major recession. And then what they realized was that people had these houses that they were paying these huge mortgage payments on, and they needed a way to use their home to earn some money. And that's really how Airbnb came about, right? What they realized is that there is a need for short-term rental. And then there are people who have space who need the money. Marriage, just like that, right? Credit Karma came about because so many people had their credit ruined because of the pandemic. Very much like in Jamaica, whole heap of broke pocket people that walk up and down right now, you know. There are a lot of people who really have been put in financial strain because of the pandemic. There is going to be need for them to move themselves out of that, right? So what can we look at in terms of what disposable assets do they have? What do they have at their disposal that they can use to move them out of financial crisis? In health, it's the same kind of thing. There was a need, instead of a lot of people couldn't afford healthcare and they still can't. So a lot of businesses came about to support those needs. That's where socialized healthcare came from. These are terms that you can Google, research. And then what was cool was that, you know, the need for fast food is like, I mean, it just exploded because people needed to work more, they didn't have time to cook. It's kind of the same thing that's happening now where people, you know, you saw that in the pandemic, the fast food took off because people just tired of cooking. They can't really go out. They need to buy more. But guess what? The world is moving in a healthier way, right? So I think that's a huge shift that we're seeing. Back in the other recessions, what we saw is that people would binge on certain things like alcohol. And in this one, what we're seeing is that people are spending more on supplements because they don't want to get sick, and people spending more on healthier foods. So these things may stay with us forever. So how do you capitalize on that? Well, the most important thing is to look at the future of work. So the first thing that we have seen with every major recession is that there is a shift to automation. And this one is no different, it's even worse. So what we're seeing now is that there's a huge focus on artificial intelligence, what we call AI. There is a big focus like never before. The world has never seen this before, gentle people. Work-life balance. It used to be okay for people to talk about, you know, how hard they're going to work and what's going to happen. And listen, that's over. People want a balance between work and family life and rest, and people want to live their best life. And before, that would be seen as lazy. That is not the case anymore. And the gig economy supports that. So for the people who used to be seen as lazy, you're now in fashion. At the first time, laziness aware. Because the truth is, what is happening now is that people really want that space where they can have and enjoy the niceties of life, and not necessarily just get up to work, pay a tax, and feel like you work until you're exhausted. Keep again. Right? And so even if you see it in pockets in Jamaica, that's not where the world is right now. There's a lot of respect for people's personal life, family life. And right now, what's happening in the US and what we possibly are seeing early signs of in Jamaica is what they call the Great Resignation. The age where people just get up and resign. I was just in the US last week, and let me tell you something. I never in my life see so many signs for people. Look, every single place I went to, they're looking for people who can work. Everywhere was looking for people who can work, right? So everybody wanted people who can. I can't remember going to one place that did not have, we need people. We are hiring. Everywhere is hiring. Because so many people left their job in the pandemic and they ain't going back to what they used to do. And even though the salaries have been increased, they ain't going back. So companies like Walmart had to increase their salary hugely. And still, some people ain't going back to work because they want work-life balance and they want the flexibility, right? So these are a few things I want you to think about. So look at my tiger. How do we prepare to win? Because that's what we're all about, right? So to do that, the first thing we need to do is to look at the jobs that have the greatest demand, and then look at what these jobs pay. You know why we're looking at this? Because we're in the gig economy. We will be working for ourselves. Unfortunately, we won't have any benefits necessarily. Unfortunately, and this is when you're an entrepreneur in the gig economy, what it means is that you have to prepare for independence, which means you have to ask yourself, where am I going to get the highest and best return on my time? Therefore, I need to know, where is there the greatest demand? And of these areas that have the greatest demand, which ones pay the most? Because we don't just want to work like Ali Button. We want to make sure that every minute that we spend is the highest amount we can get for our time. That's what we call the highest and best return, right? So we're treating our time like the precious asset that it is. So software engineer, salesperson is one of the only traditional things. Nurse, I have a colleague who is a very well-respected human rights lawyer. He has now gone into nursing. He is now a nurse. He's a nurse in training, right? So in Jamaica, whereas we're putting out lawyers by it seemed like billions, right? I'm exaggerating here because we have 3 million people in Jamaica, but certainly we seem to have an abundance of certain professions, right? And I'm seeing my colleagues who are operating in other countries, they've all gone into nursing because there was a time during the pandemic when nurses were being paid $15,000 to $20,000 US a week, right? So just imagine that, you know, this is, and there are many people who actually left the profession as well. So JavaScript developer, project manager, of course, DevOps engineer, full stack engineer. If you notice, most of these things have to do with the digital space technology. And this comes from LinkedIn. So let me just tell you where this data is from. I like to use LinkedIn because LinkedIn is, of course, the #1 site where people post these jobs. And so their data is really well respected and recognized. And so this was from late 2021 from LinkedIn. They do have some data out for January, but I didn't think it was as relevant as looking at the last quarter of the year. All right, so now that you know what the jobs are, that means that this is where your skills may be in demand. So what are people looking for, no matter what the job is? Because remember, in the gig economy, we're doing lots of little jobs. There's no permanence again. So what are people looking for? I want to show you this. This is the outdated version. These were 2020 skills. In 2020, they wanted people who had flexibility, service orientation, coordination with people, people management. All of that has changed for 2025. This is what employers, this is what companies are now saying are the top skills that they need. And this is what I am seeing globally as well. I can validate this data. I've worked with entrepreneurs from over 100 countries. And I'm talking about thousands of entrepreneurs in the last few years, right? I can't think of a country I've not worked with an entrepreneur from. So I can tell you from my own experience that, you know, this is really what companies are now looking for. And look at this list. This is fascinating. The only thing I put some arrows here so you can see. The only 2 things that came back from 2020, complex problem solving and critical thinking. So what does that actually mean? If you notice here, there's now a focus on leadership and social influence. Once upon a time, nobody cared about your social influence. I now have had gigs working for like companies like MasterCard and others. And I've had gigs where they asked me for all of my social media handles. Let me say that again. In my contract, there are clauses that require me to divulge and declare my social media handles, because they want to make sure that what I'm posting on social media is aligned with their brand and their values. Because even though I'm independent, they are quite interested in knowing that I will not become a liability for them. And I've actually been in spaces where I see people who I work for, clients who I work for globally, these people set Google alerts for me. If you don't know what a Google alert is, it's when you go into Google and you can set alerts for anything that you want to be notified about, so that once something is posted on the internet about that topic or that person, you are notified. So me, I set a Google alert for myself, because them doing it, I can't afford not to do it. I need to know what is posted. And I've been in meetings and seen my name pop up, right? And of course, I understand that they are managing their own reputational risk by ensuring that whatever is published about me, right, they don't have to rely on me to tell them what is coming out. And I want you guys to understand why social influence is therefore so important. And most of you are on social media, the majority of you. And I know from experience that most of you don't do the right thing on social media, but we're going to quickly talk about that. So these are the skills that you would need to have. So when you look at the jobs, you can say to yourself, no matter what, even if I don't meet the technical requirements, these people are sometimes willing to train you because they want these soft skills. So sometimes it is not necessarily the technical skills, because sometimes these companies say, you know what, I'm willing to train for the technical skills. But you see soft skills, they're not into that. You need to come with it. So if you leave here today without taking a screenshot of this and asking yourself, do I have these skills? How can I demonstrate that I actually have these skills? What is my proof of this? Right? Because you can always say you have a skill enough. But then a good interviewer will ask you, and do you have any proof about that, Yannick? That's what they typically, so Yannick, give us examples of how you've done this before, right? And that's what people want when they ask about proof point. So, okay, you say you do it, show me the proof. That's what people want, right, everybody? Okay, so how do we create a plan? What should you do? What are the next steps? This is when everybody should be writing, taking notes. Let me look in my message box and see who is asking me stuff. Let me see. Okay, I see some questions coming back. Yes, I see it. Okay, I'm gonna answer one or two of those. I see all the questions that have come in. I'll answer them. So what should you do next? So certainly the next step. Whoops. Let me go back. I like to call it an external review, but I just showed you. It's literally doing research and understanding what the heck is happening in the economy now. What I learned before is no longer what will happen. The future of work is here. What was before 2020 is no more. So what is happening in the environment? You should be like me, scanning LinkedIn every month to see where are the opportunities, because I don't want to be left behind. I have to be flexible. So all if I see that there's a certain skill that is constantly in demand and I don't have it, but it pays a lot of money and I can learn to do it. Hello, please. I'm in the gig economy. It means I got to improve myself, right? So I must be doing courses to improve myself, because it is about learning, relearning, unlearning, right? And being very flexible and adaptable, because everything is changing. Everything is moving fast. And the truth is, none of us have control over it. So the other thing is that you're going to evaluate yourself and build your capacity. I just showed you the soft skills that you need. The technical skills or the hard skills depend on the area that you are going to focus on. We don't have the luxury anymore of talking about, I'm going to do what I love, if what you love is not what people demand. Right? So you have to work very hard to find that medium. Lucky for me right now, what I love is in great demand, because I love training, coaching. I love doing that. And guess what is happening all over the world? We are seeing for the first time in the United States an explosion of entrepreneurship. The US before 2019 had been seeing years of decline. People had stopped starting businesses. And now everybody has started business. And most of them don't know what am I do. In Jamaica, we saw the Companies Office just reported that 2021 was a record year, right? So we had a 33% increase in registered business names and a 28% increase in registered companies. And if you realize by now with me, I don't have anything here in front of me with the data, up here. So I eat it, live it, breathe it, sleep it. Nobody can outdo me. When you could have younger than me, but me, I tell you the truth, because I love this thing, I am constantly educating myself. It's my passion, so that I become the thought leader in that space. You have to do that for your area. Nobody should know more than you about that area that you're in. So that is what gives you a competitive advantage anywhere in the world. Because if you call on a Yannick page to do a presentation, that girl is going to go 100 years back, right? And then she's going to go into the science, and she have all of the data. And that's what gives you a competitive advantage, in addition to the ability to communicate. It's not there as a skill. But if you ask me, well, Yannick, what's that one skill that has given you a huge advantage in this gig economy? I would tell you the ability to communicate clearly so that audiences from all over can not only understand, but also be connected to the words that you speak. And of course, the way that you communicate is a superpower. Let me say it again. Your ability to communicate is a superpower. Don't let anybody tell you any nonsense about, yes, we're going to communicate in patois. Listen, if I was communicating in patois only, I would never get one global opportunity. After me can't sing, right? So as far as I know, the only way is if I was a performer, right? And that way people are like excited about the culture. But I'm a business trainer. I need to be able to communicate so that people from all over the world can understand me with great clarity. The minute that they find it difficult to understand me, that's it. I'm gone. I have no work. All right. So personal branding and strategic networking is critical. The way that you brand yourself online is everything. So when you're going to talk about what you're going to do, ask yourself some of these things. How easy is it for me to do? How much will it cost? How long will it take? What's the potential return? And what's the potential risk? Screenshot this for me, please. Take a picture of it, write it down. These are things that will become your filter because you're going to have a whole heap of things that you will see that you could do. And you need to start filtering so that you take out the junk and look at what may work well for you, right? Let me see, how am I on time? Not too bad. All right, so let's quickly talk about what I told you about personal branding. When you leave here today, this evening, I want you to start thinking about what is my personal brand? What am I communicating online? When people look at my brand, who do they think I am? Right? I remember working with a finance trainer, fantastic lady. After I did my personal branding and networking, she came to me and said, Yannick, I need to change because all I post is golf. And I realized that people think I'm a professional golfer when in fact I'm a finance expert. Yeah, but who would know that, Pumpkin? Because all you post online is about golf, right? So you have to be very intentional in the various spaces to make sure that your brand is aligned with your goals. So why personal branding? You become more self-aware. So for me, I'm mindful of everything that I post. You establish a clear strategic focus. You start to build a professional image. You're motivated to continue to invest in self-development, right? It opens the doors. Opens doors. Remember, I told you about MasterCard. I don't know anybody at MasterCard. I don't have any friend there. MasterCard found me online. This is why I believe in using the internet purposefully. Yesterday was Safer Internet Day. We need to use this tool that is available to us in a really sensible way. And my heart breaks because when I train all over the world and I see how far behind Jamaica is because Jamaican people are using the internet to tear down people. And the rest of the world, I use it to build up themselves. I said, logs, what are my people gonna do? So I need you to leave here and encourage more people. This thing is something that people using to build up. This is now their territory. This is their office. They do everything online. And a lot of people getting paid very handsomely to do it. It increases your credibility. It opens the doors to opportunities. It is the foundation for your brand, and it's a huge source of great connections. So personal branding is ongoing, right? And you brand yourself online, you brand yourself on paper, and you brand yourself in person. So one thing I'm always known for, which has really been advantageous for me, is that I stand out. I always stand out. If I'm going anywhere, I'm telling you, if my children can't say, if I go into the supermarket, they say, Mommy, why you have to dress up like that? Because I only get one chance to make a first impression. And I'm making first impressions every single day. You're not going to see me out the road to pop down. I could be meeting my client that day. As I drive out of my house, I could be meeting my clients. I don't know what could happen to me. And I've actually seen this for myself where I've trained people in personal branding. And when I go on the road, I see them hiding from me. Why are they hiding? Because they look a hot mess. And I train them. You should not be looking a hot mess. So they have to hide. Because they know better than that, right? But the truth is, personal branding means that you take on this persona every day. This becomes you. I'm purposeful about how I look, what I say, how I sound. I'm purposeful about what I post, what I write. I hope this is making sense to everybody. And then the last piece, networks. You hear them say your network is your net worth. They also say if you're not networking every day, you're not working. You cannot grow where there is comfort only. You need different people from diverse networks. You need people who can help you to be imaginative, creative, who can expose you. And the truth is, if your network is only people who you grew up with, family, friends, I know you will never grow. It is impossible. So you cheat yourself, you sell yourself short. And there are many ways for you to expand your network, right? I want you to think about how do you build mutually beneficial relationships with people. It's not about what you can get. Is what you give of value. It is not about harvesting, it is about sowing. So you're planting good seeds, you're making communication that are, with the depth, you're helping people. And that's how people start to say, you know what? I have this opportunity. Let me think about Yannick for this. You know what? Let me think about, let me recommend Paulette for this. Let me recommend John for this. You know what I mean? So what happens is that the more that you demonstrate that you show up and that you're professional and that you have integrity and that you can do what you want to do, you're the first person who will come to mind. And that's what you want. That's exactly what you want. That's the sweet spot. All right. So what are we going to do when we leave here today? We're going to take out the paper right now. I want you to write a little note to yourself. Write 3 things that you took away from my session today. Write to yourself. If your name is Sandra, if your name is, Sasha Lee, you're going to write, Dear Sasha Lee. Take out your pen and start writing, please. I am committing to doing these 3 things to maximizing my opportunities in the gig economy. What are 3 things that you are going to do leaving here today? I told you a lot of them are very easy. Transforming social media. Do some research and identify which are the top opportunities right now in different spaces to maximize the gig economy. Which skills do you have that you can use and which skills do you need? Do a skills audit. Which soft skills do you need more of? Do you have proof for every skill that you say you have? How can you start pitching yourself to people? Do you need help with that? Do you need a mentor? Do you need to get some advice? Are you following the right people on social media? Because you can't keep on following the dopey back them who not doing anything more than haunting people. That's not gonna help you grow. I can't stress it enough because I know that Jamaica has a deficiency in that area. We major in the minors and we don't focus on the right things and all the opportunity I miss. And guess what? As a Jamaican who has received these huge opportunities, I can promise you, you will not believe the value that you can give and how people rate you if you can do your work. Sometimes Jamaica becomes a place that, yes, you want to build your country, but it's a place that can hold you down. And if you're not mindful, you lose yourself. But you keep asking yourself, then why it's so hard? What am I doing wrong? It's not you, it's the environment that you're in. This is a hard environment to be in. So you have to look opportunities elsewhere. It's not you. Companies generally are able to do as well as the economic environment in which they operate. That's why I make a look at elsewhere. That's why you may need to go and look at elsewhere. And that is why I want you at the end of this to really think about when you wake up in the morning, what are you gonna do to make sure that your space is right for you to maximize the opportunities? What are you gonna do in the morning to make sure that you are leveraging the right people, the right connections? What information are you feeding yourself? How can we make sure that 2022 is the year that you are prepared to maximize the gig economy? Because we're not going to wake up in the morning and just post.
So we are coming here with a force. Blessings we are reaping, we coursing on. Going to rise and post. We give thanks that we need it the most. We have to give thanks that we really supposed to be thankful. Blessings all from my life, but I'm back to the church.
up and dance with me a while ago. Come on, we have all the faculties. God give us everything. You have everything you need at your fingertips. There has never been a better time for you to be an entrepreneur in the gig economy. Thank you so much, everybody, for your attention. I hope that you found my presentation useful. I did see that somebody asked me a few questions, which I want to quickly just answer because I know I have a little time. So someone said, how long do I think it will take to shake off the effects of the pandemic? One thing that we've seen over the last few years is that pandemics take long, economic recession, it takes much longer for the world to come out of it because of how connected we are. So unfortunately, whereas we thought, and people say, oh man, why it took the world 2 years to get out of the last pandemic and we should be so much more advanced and we're still in it. I knew we're going to still be in it because we can now travel, we can now communicate, we can now move quickly, and the diseases can travel along with us. So, we have globalization. So I think it will take, I don't want to say a projection, but let me just say it will take us longer than the last time to get out of it, and the last time it took us 9 years. How can we help in changing people's mindset about work? I think the most important thing that you can do is that if you learn to manage yourself and you have the technology and the apps that are needed to prove that you can be productive and to have that, it makes a huge difference. I am so sad when I talk to young people and I say to them, tell me the best app for productivity. They can't answer. Tell me the best app to manage your finance. You can't answer. Tell me the best app to manage your goals and the resources. They cannot answer. But you can tell me who posts what on Instagram, what is going on TikTok. Guys, that's not useful anymore. So I'm happy that you're on the different social media platforms, but you also need to pay attention to using the technology in a productive way. Get familiar with your app store. So the only way that you're going to change people's mindset is if you show up in a way where you can manage yourself, where you demonstrate, I can be independent, right? I am the future of work. I don't need anybody to motivate me. I can use the technology. I can give you your reports. I can give you all the outputs. I'm productive. I'm useful. You don't even have to worry about me. You don't have to worry about me. All right. And why are we slipping back into work life as we did before? It's simple. A lot of people just don't know how to use the technology. People went home and they were lazy and them sleep and them cook and them do everything except the people them work. So the people them frustrated. And then you have a lot of managers who are also, they only can see you and believe that that's the way to manage. So you have a lot of managers who don't have the exposure. They need it. Right? So you have both. You have on the one end, the people who work with you who are not pulling their weight. You have some fantastic people who rocked it working from home. You have others who never saw it. And they have a lot of managers who them only know to manage by looking at people. So them not business if you do not output in it, them just want to see you in the office. So I think what we need is a revolution in that space. And it will take both parties, more training, more exposure, and so on. And then the last one is, Yannick, my company is 25 and want to do, okay, please, you can always message me. I'd love to support you if there's any way that I can do that. And I hope everybody I hope that you found this helpful. My 3 things, okay, get Yannick to be my mentor. I do mentor people, but I'm completely full. I mentor young people every single year, but I have fantastic mentees. So if ever a space is open, I promise you, you guys reach out to me and I'll be the first to kind of pop you in that. Thank you guys so much. And let me hand over now to the team that is leading this at Heart. And thank you to the wonderful, amazing people who put this on. You guys are incredible. Thank you for engagement. Love you all. And let's talk again soon.
Yes, put your hands together for her. I am hoping that the hand clap emoji is going crazy right now on Zoom. What a presentation. So much information. I wrote down, Dear Zico, I am committing to do 3 things to maximize my opportunity in the gig economy. Work on my personal brand, ma'am. Do some business research, and do a skills audit. For those of you who probably missed it, what is this gig economy? Well, it was described as independent, remote, part-time, digital, temporary, on-demand, and quick. Such a profound presentation, and I am sure that you would have been impacted in a major way. Put your hand together again for Miss Yannick Page. Now, the time is far spent, and I know that the team in Region 2, led by Dr. Austin Spencer, they would have started their round table talk, and I'm assuming that the entrepreneurs are in full action and information is being disseminated. And so I'm going to ask the tech team to join us to that session that is currently taking place. Region 2 in St. Mary, Portland, and St. Thomas at this time. Oh, wow, look at that. I'm seeing my regional director in the building. Put your hands together for Dr. Sasha Shimyu. Yes, and she's here with one of the most hard-working recruitment officers in the island. The recruitment officer for Clarendon, Mr. Robert A. Green. Put your hands together for Mr. Green. You have to big up the people in my yard, you know. Yes, man, you have to big up the people in my yard, especially when they're doing extremely well. Yes, and we have to get dinner too when we go home. I get dinner anyway though. My regional director think different. So, let us see if we can go over to another top boss, Mr. Spencer, Dr. Spencer. Let's see if we can go over to his region and join the session that is currently taking place at this time.
When I started doing that though, I did that for about 3 months. And every evening, literally, when I got to the store at about 5 thereabout, and the store closes at about 8, I realized, but I'm selling more than the persons who are sitting here all day. So despite the fact that I'm only coming 3 hours, persons are sitting there and I'm not getting value out of it. Honestly, it could also be because they were not properly trained and they didn't have the necessary experience or exposure that I had. So the quality of staff is also very important that you use. All right, so subsequent to that, we would have also created another, in our growth process, another branch. That one is also in Clarendon. But despite the fact that the business grows, we continue to have challenges. And of importance to note as well is that some challenges is as if they never seem to move. They're recurring challenges. You overcome them now and then they reoccur. And notably, these include inability to obtain desired bank loans. So you may have a particular target because you're looking to grow your business, so you want to achieve certain things. You believe that, yes, you are in a position to repay the loans, but the bank doesn't think so. Because they use their own mechanism to determine how much you get. And sometimes what you want or what you get is not what you had initially desired. But what is important as well is to build relationship with your bankers. Because I can say for this business that they have been able to guide us oftentimes in what steps or avenues to take. And in addition to that, what we've also been thankful to them for is the fact that even when there's not enough funds in our account, sometimes they're still able to put through a check for us based on our history or relationship with them. Because it would send a rather negative and horrible looking image out there if our supplier is supposed to send a check in and it bounces. So relationship with bankers, absolutely very important. So sometimes you don't always get what you want, but their help is still very important. So we must build good relationship with them. Another challenge, as I said earlier, will be that of staffing. Ensure that you use suitable staff. And in order to overcome this challenge, what we have done at Solid Plans is to implement an effective interview process and also to offer competitive salaries to our employees, as well as to provide opportunities for growth. So it's always important to assess the employees and see how well we can push them forward. Because sometimes they just need a little bit of push in order to achieve greater things. So they need to be able to understand that someone else believes in them. And when we give them a promotion, we need to speak to them and let them know that even though you may be shy or thinking that you can't do it, yes, you can. That's why I am giving you the opportunity. So motivation is very important. Also, it's important to use an effective system of reward and reproval. So when we're reproving persons, as I have come to learn as well, especially when you're dealing with a customer service environment, despite the fact that the issue may have occurred on the floor, it's best to deal with it off the floor. Sometimes, yes, you tend to forget and you think it's best to deal with it now, but always remember that your staff has feelings. As it relates to another challenge which I touched on earlier as well, is insufficient working capital. This is money that we need in business on a day-to-day basis. It's important that, as we said earlier, to build good relationship with your bankers, but not only that, a strategy that we have used at Solid Appliance is that of issuing what we call post-dated check. But bearing in mind that these must be honored at the date on which they become due. So post-dated checks, for anyone who is not clear as to what that is when you issue a check to someone with a date that is future dated. So for example, you're issuing it today, which is the 9th of February, and it is available to be encashed, let's just say next Friday, which is the 18th of February. In order to ensure that these checks can be encashed, we have to ensure that we create proper log. So you know which days certain checks are coming up to be due. And in order to ensure that that can be paid, we ensure that we set daily sales target. Because we know what is coming up based on our payment forecast. So we need to ensure that our sales is in line. And in setting sales targets, we need to ensure also that our reps are working. And if we have supervisors or managers in organizations, especially small business, we need to ensure that they are on board with our plans. Also, as it relates to recognizing how is it that we're going to ensure that our funds are available for what is needed to be done in the business on a daily basis, whether it be pay suppliers, pay the rent, pay the water, pay the light, etc., pay the staff as well. We need to ensure that we manage the funds that come through the business properly. So yes, we're a small business, but one of the things that's very important is that as the owner, you need to ensure that you take a salary. The business money is not yours. Despite you may be operating a small business, which you may be considered a sole trader or a partnership business, see the funds as separate. Yes, in law, it's not seen as separate, but you, when you're operating your business, consider it to be separate. Because by doing so, you'll be able to recognize what is yours that you can spend from what is not yours, because it's for the business operations on a daily basis. And also, why that is important for me personally is that it allows us to be able to build generational wealth. So when you continue to separate the funds, you recognize that this is for the business can continue into perpetuity, as it were, because you have laid the foundation so that whoever comes after you to take on this business will have a solid foundation on which to grow the business further. And funds will be needed at every level to grow. Seek to tap into all seasons whenever we're operating business as well to ensure that we have funds. We must also ensure that we tap into any seasonal products, as it were. In this case, for our business, any particular season that's coming around, we try to see whether or not it's practical for us to tap into it. So for example, Valentine's is coming around. We're not big on that. Valentine's generally is not something that Jamaicans take on to a lot. Persons may do spa or stuff like that, but nothing really in appliance or household stuff that persons really buy for Valentine's Day. But when it comes to other seasons like Christmas and so on, we make sure that we have all that our customers will need. When it comes to summer, when it's fan time, we ensure that we have the fans ready. So you have to tap into the season. And my last point that I'd like to share, provide exceptional customer service experience to all who enter your place of business, even if the place of business is online, as we're going online now, right? Because a lot of things are being done online. View everyone that enters or makes any connection with your business as a customer and provide exceptional customer service at all points. It therefore means that you need to be polite and professional at all times. Even if you disagree, you must be professional. And yes, there's going to come a point in your business at some point or the other that you're going to have a disagreement with a customer. But you must be able to recognize that, as they would say, the customer is king, because the customer is the one that allows you to be able to earn an income. So you try to find a mutual ground. And as I said, always be polite. Another thing that is big as it relates to customer service that a lot of customers like is discounts. So ensure that you give discounts. Discount. Jamaicans love that. All right, so just to summarize from my presentation, as we have discussed, with any business, we will have a number of challenges, but we have to find ways and means which we can circumvent or overcome those challenges. And as I said before as well, some of these challenges will reoccur. So don't be daunted and say, boy, I thought I overcome this one. You will overcome it again. So be confident and don't get daunted whenever anything is going sour, because businesses also go up and down. All right. So thank you guys for having me.
Thank you so much. I'm seeing you, Marja. I'm seeing the emojis. I'm seeing the tadas. Yes. You know, Dr. Spencer, in his greetings, he did state that he's happy that St. Thomas is on scene now, because normally, you know, you wouldn't hear much about St. Thomas, but Heart NSTA Trust is in St. Thomas and we're live and direct. And from ever since, leaders are from St. Thomas. Wouldn't you agree? If we think of our national hero, Paul Bogle, leaders are from St. Thomas. And Miss Williams, you're a leader this afternoon. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Can you just send a round of applause again for Miss Williams? And as she stated, exceptional customer service. Not pian, dibi, but exceptional customer service. Thank you so much, Miss Williams. You'll be hearing more from Miss Kaden Williams from Solid Appliance and More Enterprise later on this afternoon. Thank you guys as well.
All right, so we would have heard from an entrepreneur from Region 2, and we're just giving you a sneak peek into what is happening right across the regions. Entrepreneurs are engaging trainees and persons who are interested in going into entrepreneurship at this time. Let me tell you, Heart is doing some big things. Let me hear some energy in the room, man, when we say that, man. Let me go again. The Heart NSTA Trust is doing some big things because we care about this nation. We are in the business of developing the human capital of Jamaica, and that must be known. So, as stated in my introduction this morning, big things are going at the Heart NSTA Trust. Sunday, we kick things off with the church service all the way in St. Thomas. On Monday, we had the booths in the libraries and in the various parish offices with brochures and information about the importance of career development and career awareness and career guidance. And so on Tuesday, we had the social media influencers speaking about why you should choose to be a part of TVET, technical and vocational education and training. Today, we are here at the Pegasus at our National Career Conference, and you got the information. You heard about personal branding. You heard about online career interviews. You heard about the tools and strategies for re-imaging, reinventing self for post-retirement. You heard about how one can finance higher education. You heard about preparing yourself as an entrepreneur in the gig economy. What an economy. What a presentation by Miss Yannick Page. And you heard from one entrepreneur in Region 2. I want to tell you that it continues. It doesn't end here. Friday, we have a wonderful panel discussion. The theme is new and emerging careers in a pandemic, post-pandemic environment. And that will be hosted by Dr. Ro Amonde. And you don't want to miss it. So ensure you stay tuned. You speak with your supervisors, speak with your trainers to ensure that you get the link that you can participate in that activity. Thank you very much for coming out. We want to thank the organizers. We want to thank the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, all the sponsors for putting this activity together. God bless you. Continue building yourself. If you want more information, you can call 99 Heart. Remember, you can go to any parish office across the island in any of the regions and speak to the career services officers. For those persons who are in the institutions, you have your career development officers that you can speak with. Listen, Heart is moving, and we're moving in the right direction. God bless you and take care.